Okay, we are live on YouTube and I just made the meeting live, so you'll see the attendees coming in shortly.
Great. Welcome everybody to our board meeting. Can I have roll call, please, Lupe?
Trustee Donna?
I'm present.
Trustee Fong?
Here. Here. Thank you.
Trustee Hoffman?
Here.
Trustee Moreno? He's gonna sign in. He just texted me.
Okay.
Trustee Hoffman?
Here.
Trustee Vela?
Here.
Trustee Bettis?
Here.
Great. Are we waiting for Trustee Moreno or is he in?
I think we should just go ahead and start.
Okay. So before we proceed with the flag salute, I want to explain for all of our attendees that we are, for the first time, using webinar Zoom access to conduct this meeting. The meeting format is slightly different, with participants like board members and others that have been identified to speak as panelists, and then others as attendees. Panelists will have both video and audio capability, and attendees will be able to listen and view the meeting, but will not be able to speak. Resource table members will be panelists at the appropriate time in the agenda so that they can give their remarks. When we call the resource table member for remarks, please try to use the raise your hand function so we can easily identify you. And as you saw us trying to get into the meeting this afternoon, please be patient because this is the first time we're using this new format. And hopefully this will make it a lot easier for people to listen and participate. Additionally, the Ralph M. Brown Act guarantees members of the public access to speak to public employees. And we are assuring you this right using our new meeting format. If you have signed up for public comment, you will be made a panelist for your comment so that we can see you and we can hear you. We will call your name for public comment. Please use the raise hand function so that we can be easily able to identify you. Once you have concluded your comments, we will reassign you as a meeting attendee. The meeting is also being live streamed on the LACCD YouTube channel. The link to the live stream is on the agenda on the board docs page. Thank you all for your participation today. We are now going to proceed with the flag salute. And for our flag salute this afternoon, we have Dr. Linda Cole from LA Trade Technical College. Dr. Cole? Crystal, do you need to let Dr. Cole in as a panelist?
Yeah, she's in now.
Okay. Dr. Cole, would you be kind enough to lead us with the flag salute?
Yes, I will. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
So we have our hands and we can put it over our heart, our right hand. I pledge allegiance
To the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cole. I would now like to introduce Dr. Aisha Randall, also from LA Trade Tech, who is going to say a few words and then introduce a very special guest today. Aisha Randall, are you in with us?
She should be on.
Okay. Crystal, have you been able to let her in? Again, thank you so much for bearing with us.
Yeah, she's in now.
Great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We've been privileged to work with Reverend Boyd and use the beautiful and historic landmark, the First African Methodist Episcopal Church of Los Angeles, founded by slave-turned-entrepreneur Biddy Mason, for the district's Black graduation celebration. It is my pleasure to introduce him. Reverend J. Edgar Boyd is the pastor of the 148-year-old First African Methodist Episcopal Church of Los Angeles, FAME, the oldest African-American church in the city. Assigned to the church in 2012, Pastor Boyd leads a congregation of thousands and emphasizes biblically based spiritual practices, stewardship, congregational involvement, appropriate record keeping, fiscal controls, and accountability and transparency in operating procedures. In addition to ministering to the spiritual needs of the congregation, he has empowered the church's leadership through a commission system to more proactively address the overall health, social, and educational needs of the parishioners and the larger community. As the Chief Executive Officer of FAME, he conceived the first formation of the South Los Angeles Community Development and Empowerment Corporation, organized to develop a collaboration with other denominations to address social and economic issues impacting a 32 square mile area of South Los Angeles. Among his areas of interest are the welfare of transitional age youth within the foster care system, law enforcement relations with diverse communities, K-12 education and economic empowerment. Prior to his assignment at FAME, he served as a pastor of the historic Bethel AME Church in San Francisco for 20 years. While there, he established a multi-million-dollar housing and community development corporation and substantially increased the church's portfolio of assets. Since accepting the call to the ministry in 1968, his pastoral assignments have also included Bethel AME Church of Los Angeles, Brookins AME of Oakland, Walker Chapel AME of Seattle, Grace AME Church of Casper, Wyoming, and St. John AME Church of Pueblo, Colorado. Active within African Methodism, he served as clerical dean of the California Conference for 20 years and currently serves as a member of the General Board of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, Inc., and as treasurer for the denomination's 5th Episcopal District. A native of Florida, he served 2 years in the United States Army and was honorably discharged. He holds a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Community Development from Western Washington University and a Master of Divinity degree from the University of Dubuque Theological Seminary in Iowa. He is currently in the dissertation phase of a Doctor of Ministry degree program at the American Baptist Seminary of the West in Berkeley, California. Pastor Boyd is married to Florence Miles Boyd, a native of Oakland, California. They are the parents of 2 sons and 2 daughters.
Pastor Boyd.
President Hoffman, if we can just please ask for assistance of what his username is listed under, or if he's here by call-in by a phone number.
Do we know, Linda and Aisha, what his username is on Zoom?
It might be Boyd Edgar.
We could come back to him if he's running a little bit late also.
I did a search for Boyd and no one shows up.
Okay, I just got an email from him. Who can I forward it to? He's having trouble getting in.
Crystal, can she forward the email to you, please?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. And while he is trying to get in, and before we move to hear his remarks today, I want to adjourn the meeting today in the memory of former LACCD employees, Mr. William Douglas Gwynn. Doug worked as an accounting assistant in the Central Financial Aid Unit and was viewed by his peers as skilled, caring, and a dedicated employee. We're also saddened to inform everyone that Mr. Oscar Pena, a professor at the Automotive Technology Department at East LA College, passed away on May 6th due to natural causes. Oscar joined the ELAC family as an adjunct in 2008 and joined us full-time in 2013. Dr. Elliot Mason passed away on May 29th. He served as Los Angeles Harbor counselor, instructor, mentor, and athletics coach for over 45 years. He retired in January of this year. He was a fearless advocate for student equity, as well as a world-class track star and coach of Olympian runners. To our departed employees, we extend our deepest condolences to the Pena, Gwynn, and Mason friends and family during this most difficult time. I also would like to adjourn in the memory of George Floyd. Let us remember his dying words, "I can't breathe." And let us come together now to recognize that offering implicit bias training, pledging to hire more African American faculty, which we absolutely should do, creating an African American outreach initiative isn't going to solve the problem of systemic racism. We need to be intentionally anti-racist in this district. Over the weekend, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar wrote an op-ed for the LA Times. In it, he says, and I quote, "Racism in America is like dust in the air. It seems invisible even if you're choking on it, until you let the sun in. Then you see it everywhere. As long as we keep shining that light, we have a chance of cleaning it wherever it lands. But we have to stay vigilant because it is always in the air." We need to be vigilant. We need to be vigilant because the lives of our students depend on our vigilance. Thank you. Is Reverend Boyd available now? We sure could use some words of unity and inspiration and wisdom.
Ms. Hoffman, if he's not, can you recognize board members, please?
I just sent the link to Aisha, so we're working on having him connect soon.
Sure. Do I have any board members that would like to make a comment at this time? And I will.
Ms. Hoffman, I raised my hand.
Okay, sure. Trustee Swankin, and followed by Trustee Vella.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman, and thank you for those important words. I want to share with my colleagues that I've been struggling with sadness and frustration after the death of George Floyd, probably like many of you. But I do realize that there have been many more Black lives lost, and that systematic racism in this country is real, and the effects on the Black community is immeasurable. I stand with the community in protest to demand accountability for the system that oppresses African Americans. And while I agree that the initiatives that we are going to undertake and have undertaken do not solve the problem, but I think us committing today as part of our budget to show what our values are is critical. And so I will call on our colleagues to act, not just talk about people's struggles and sadness, but to act to resolve them and to address them and to remedy them, because we owe it to our community, to our students, to our faculty, to our staff, and those that live in our district to do everything we can to stamp out the racism that led to George Floyd's murder, and to stamp out the racism and to turn this horrible tragedy into action and something positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Swankin. Trustee Vella.
I would like to say that I stand with the Black lives throughout our country, and I support Black Lives Matters, and I hope that we can learn from this and that it has to stop. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vella. I do want to acknowledge that I see from the attendees there are hands being raised. If you'd like to make a public comment during our public comment time, please make sure you contact Lupe Orozco, and that is how you're able to make public comment during the board meeting. I'm not entertaining public comment at this time, but we will be to that part in the agenda shortly. Do I have any other board members that want to make a comment before we hear from Pastor Boyd?
President, may I make a comment, please?
Yes, Trustee Fall.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues and trustees and everyone listening in today. As we know, these are challenging, unprecedented times in our city, state, and nation. The death of Mr. George Floyd has continued to expose our country's deep-rooted institutional racism. And long before cell phones were able to capture it, police brutality has existed in this country, has caused pain, agony, and fear. And to echo my colleagues' comments, we see you, we hear you, and we stand with you. And Black Lives Matters and diversity, equity, inclusion. And as we go forward, we need to continue to diversify our faculty, staff, and administrators to make sure it reflects the diversity of our district. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee. Pastor Boyd, are you in the room now? Okay, so I'm going to continue with the agenda, and when Pastor Boyd is in, can you let me know, Crystal?
Yes, will do.
Thank you so much. Again, we're getting used to our new platform. All right, we are now on number 4, approval of agenda and the order of business. I'd like to move item U1 to be heard immediately after B1, the administration of oath of office for a new student trustee. In addition, I would like to make a correction on item W number 3. Total amount in the facilities section, item W3, amendment 9 to the design build agreement for the art and culinary arts building phase 2 project. The correct amount for agreement 9 is not to exceed $96,549, bringing the total to this agreement to $49,626,797. With these 2 changes, can I have a motion on the approval of the agenda and the order of business, please?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Fong, seconded by Trustee Sfonkin. Roll call, please, Lupe. Or Crystal? Can I have roll call?
No.
Yes?
Trustee Wanda,
Trustee Wellnut?
absent. Trustee Fong,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Moreno,
Yes.
Trustee Buena is here.
Trustee Fonkin,
Yes.
Trustee Vela,
Yes.
Trustee Bettis.
Yes.
Thank you so much. All right, we are on item B, the oath of office. Chancellor, could you please introduce our new student trustee?
Yes, I'm happy to, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for your participation this afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our student trustee and administer the oath of office, Elias Jeronimo de Leon. Just a little bit about Elias before we administer the oath. He is a student at Los Angeles City College and is studying biology. He is engaged with our LA College Promise program, the first year experience, and works through, and it is supported by our Dream Resource Center on campus. Elias is a AB 540 student as well. He's been involved with the LA City College ASO, the Associated Student Organization, as the executive finance volunteers and volunteers in the community with various nonprofits. His future plans are to become a medical doctor, and he will do that through applying to UCLA, USC, and Harvard upon graduating from LA City College. So it's my pleasure to administer the oath of office to Elias Jeronimo. Elias, are you on the Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. Elias, will you please repeat after me? Okay. I, and please state your name,
I, Elias Geronimo,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
or purpose or evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
I will well and faithfully discharge
I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon
the duties upon
which I'm about to enter
which I'm about to enter
as student trustee of the Los Angeles Community College District.
as student trustee of the Los Angeles Community College District.
Elias Jeronimo, congratulations on behalf of the Board of Trustees and the Los Angeles Community College District. And we invite you to take your virtual seat on the Board of Trustees. Congratulations, Jeronimo. Muchas felicidades.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Would you like to say anything and share with us a little bit more about who you are and what you hope to accomplish during your year as trustee at LACCD? Elias, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, members of the board and participants in this meeting. It is my pleasure to begin the new school year as representative of the students in the Los Angeles Community College District. As the new student trustee, I look forward to representing every single student. I'm eager to start the student affairs committee meetings with the rest of our elected students. Our community has diversity and is rich of cultures, languages, and nationalities. And that makes me feel motivated and excited to start my term engaging with students from different backgrounds as mine. I look forward to representing them in the most respectful manner and disciplined. This year has been and will be a different year with many challenges to take. We are all dealing with the global health crisis caused by COVID-19, which also causes unemployment and debt increasement. But that is nothing compared to also causes, there is nothing compared to the crisis that people of color has gone through for many centuries, ignited by hate and discrimination just because of the color of skin. Our brothers and sisters are being murdered for no reason, while others who are not Black get to be arrested, handcuffed nicely, and even get a bulletproof vest put on. For this reason, the protests going on now need to continue until we see obvious changes that we value, changes that value Black, brown, and white life equally. Our community needs to come together to tackle this issue and succeed as a whole. We need more affordable housing and not more cows in the streets that mistreats lives instead of protecting them. Black lives matter and needs to be valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Elias, and welcome to the Board of Trustees.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Many congratulations to you. We're very excited to have you join us on the board. We are here to help you, mentor you, assist you on this very exciting journey. Please know that my board colleagues, the Chancellor and I are here to answer any questions that you may have to help advocate on behalf of all of the students. We want you to know that your voice matters. After you were elected, many people called to just say called me as board president to say how excited they were that you were elected and how we are going to really enjoy working with you. So congratulations, and I can't wait to serve with you. I would now like to move to item U1, and I am going to turn
Move
this
approval.
over. I'm going to turn this over to Trustee Verez, Chair of the Facilities Committee. Before I do that, let me offer my congratulations to the Board of Trustees that serve on the Facilities Committee, including Chair Verez, Trustee Buelna, and Vela, as well as the facilities and district staff, including Dr. Ruben Smith and Dr. Larry Frank, for your leadership on this very important agreement. Trustee Veras, I will turn it over to you now to present this item. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hoffman. Today is a really exciting day. Typically, we get a chance to mark these historic and momentous events with a signing ceremony. And although we don't have a signing ceremony, we certainly, in a virtual way, are able to really acknowledge and celebrate what's here before us. This U1 marks a really important step forward. It's a reaffirmation of the partnership that we have with the Los Angeles Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council to ensure that middle-class career opportunities and economic vitality get a chance to be continued through the district's now $9.6 billion bond program. We still have probably close to $3 billion left, and it's been an extremely successful effort for us. And even through COVID, you could see the PLA at work, making sure that our facilities are able to advance in the best possible ways. We first signed a project labor agreement in 2001. And I know a few of us here on this board have had a chance to participate in these signings and extensions over the years. But this document in front of us, or this authorization and resolution in front of us, is an extension for an additional 10 years. And we believe this is going to mark the longest time PLA extension for any community college in the state of California. I wanted to highlight a couple of the features of this, and certainly acknowledge our staff, and we have a couple of guests that are part of our virtual audience that would like to chime in here. So I do want to make a note that beyond the language clarification and the time length of this agreement, we have some notable changes. For example, journeyman and journeymen have been revised to journey persons. We also are now covering public-private partnerships. If we build any housing in this district, it will be under a PLA. And we're also including our newly authorized best value contracting method here on top of our JOC contracts. So I'm particularly excited to also note the great partnership and inclusion of graduates from the Los Angeles Trade Tech Construction, Maintenance, and Utilities program and the district multi-craft core curriculum that are essentially now able to participate in our project labor agreements and work here on the campuses. So obviously that's quite exciting as an addition. So I'll stop there. I know there's a number of pieces to it. The facilities committee heard many of these things in greater detail at the past meeting. So I know we were really excited and saw this as a wonderful process and negotiation that worked very well. I know Dr. Smith and Ron Miller had a chance to interact quite a bit to bring us all these elements that I think our board excited to see have included in this new document. I did want to take the opportunity to have, I know all the trustees want to make comments, I imagine, but I wanted to see if we can call on, I know we have a Ron Miller who's present, and we also have a couple of representatives from some locals who work with us who've been part of this agreement since the very start. So I wanted to see if I believe a representative from Laborers Local 300, Ernesto Pantoja, is available. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Antonio Sanchez, and the Operating Engineers Local 12, Matt Gaines, are there. If I missed anybody, send a hand up, because I'm trying to scroll through. I guess we have about 450 participants in today, so we may miss some. But if we can kick it off with Mr. Miller, if he's able to say a few words. It's an agreement, so it requires us and them to participate and sign. So, if we can facilitate Mr. Miller beginning our.
Wonderful. Thanks, Steve, or Trustee Veras. Crystal, can you, by the show of hands and the attendees, can you convert them to panelists so that they can speak? Or do you have confirmation?
A few are already panelists now.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. So if you want to call on them one by one, that would be great. Or Trustee Veras, do you want to run this part? And if you can see who's on.
Let's see if we can start off with Ron Miller.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam President and trustees, and Chancellor Rodriguez and staff. I join you today on behalf of 140,000 skilled and trained men and women and 48 local unions and district councils of the unionized construction industry in LA and Orange County. I'm here today to tell you the story of a partnership that started many years ago, continues to do everything it set out to do in the beginning and more, and has expanded the horizons of everybody involved in the program. I want to thank each and every trustee that has been involved with this project over the years and has pushed to make this a stellar program for the district, the community, and the building trades. This effort has created a true partnership. I also want to thank Chancellor Rodriguez for his leadership on this issue. Dr. Reuben Smith and Dr. Larry Frank, they're tough negotiators, but what you have before you is a fair agreement for all involved. You'll be voting on an amendment that enhances the work opportunities for students of the district, creates a stronger pathway for entry into unionized construction trades, and a lifelong career through a joint labor management apprenticeship program. It also brings the quality craftsmanship that the district wants, the community deserves for their hard-earned investment in the district. So with that, I would ask you to support this amendment and let's carry on the fine tradition we've started. Thank you.
Great. And I also wanted to give an opportunity to a few individual members of the Trade Council to say a few words. And Crystal or Lupe, I know, I think Matt Gaines is listed under a call-in number. So if you can authorize him or permit him to speak, but if we can jump over to Antonio Sanchez from the the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers.
Thank you, Board Member Veras and Board President and everybody for moving this item forward. I hope everyone is safe and healthy. My name is Antonio Sanchez and I'm speaking on behalf of IBEW Local 11. Our partnership with you all has been incredibly fruitful. I'm proud to share that our electrical apprenticeship program is one of the largest of its kind in the nation. We have over 2,000 apprentices pursuing a career in the electrical field within our apprenticeship program, and many of them are graduates of your programs. So I also have to share, and I'm very proud of this, that our apprenticeship reflects the fabric and diversity that makes up Los Angeles. So thank you all, specifically to Chancellor Rodriguez, all the staff, Larry Frank and Lou Siegel at Trade Tech, and all our partners throughout the district. These are challenging times, and IBEW is pleased to help move forward targeted higher practices so that those that have traditionally have found themselves without opportunity are prioritized. So thank you all.
Ernesto Pantoja, representing Labor's Local 300.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Vice President Veras and Madam President, and to all the board members. My name is Ernesto Pantoja. Speaking on behalf of Sergio Rascon, the business manager of Labor's Local 300. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for what you guys are doing today. Over the last few years, we've seen a lot of success from programs that have started out of LA Trade Tech, and especially under the leadership of Larry Frank, like the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. We've pulled some people that have had a past that I'm sure they want to bury. They have been unable to find work and build a career because people looked at their past as a way of defining who they are and refused to give them a chance to move forward. But through these types of programs, we've pulled a lot of successful graduates of the ARC program, and they're now working as apprentices within our organization and with a lot of our contractors, and a lot of veterans too returning from war whose skills don't necessarily translate into the real world. But these are the types of partnerships that really define what LA Trade Tech is all about. And moving forward with this amendment, to the PLA, I think is going to be fruitful for everyone as it's been thus far. Thank you for the wherewithal, board member or Vice President Veras, on pushing this, because with the pandemic and everything happening, I don't think people understand what's going to be happening. Right now, we have a lot of construction workers working, thank God, staying safe as best as they can, because we are the last line of defense, as it were, as it relates to this economy. And thinking forward, you know, so much public funding is going to try to solve a lot of the problems that have occurred as a result of this pandemic, and trying to answer the call to helping people. And so with that, I also want to thank previous board members like Svanken and Fong and Moreno, and who were pushing the bond in the first place. We wouldn't be in this position had we not passed that bond measure a few years ago, because it was during the economic downturn of 08. It was things like the LACCD bond that kept our institutions working, our members working. And we know that with this moving forward, you know, we will keep things going. We will keep your students that are learning and going through your programs working and helping them build a career for a future. So I want to thank you. And I want to ask each and every one of you to please support this amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Hoffman, I'd like to move the item.
Mr. Schwanken, we had one more speaker. I'd like to give him the opportunity to speak, and that's Matt Gaines, the operating engineer. So if you
Absolutely, no problem. I just want to make sure we make a motion.
Okay, as soon as this is Mr. Gaines.
Thank you, sir. My name is Matthew Gaines. I'm representative of the International Union of Operating Engineers Local 12. I just wanted to take a moment and thank all the people behind the scenes that have made this moment possible. Between your district staff and the Los Angeles Orange County Building Trades representatives, without either side, we wouldn't be at this historic moment today. This agreement will make a huge impact on so many lives, whether it's students that are attending schools in this district or former students that are building them. People will be working towards an opportunity to create a better life for themselves, their families, and their communities. During this unprecedented COVID crisis, education and construction have both been able to continue their missions. I know there will be challenges moving forward for both, but I'm sure we can work together and get over those humps. To the Los Angeles Community College Board, we say thank you, not only for your leadership these past years, but for having the vision to support a plan like this. The opportunity for Angelenos to participate in building their own educational institutions is life-changing, and years, if not decades from now, grandmothers and grandfathers can point to these campuses and say to their grandchildren, I built this for you and your future. Thank you again.
Madam President, I'll hand it over to you so you can conduct the vote.
Madam President, I would like to say a few words. Trustee Vela here. I had my hand up.
Ms. Hoffman, parliamentary, we should have a motion in a second and then recognize all the board members.
I'll second.
I'll tell you what, in the absence, I was going to do that. So we'll take a motion by Schwanken, a second by Buelna. We'll open it up to comment, and we'll start with Mr. Vela.
Thank you. I just want to, first of all, thank Ron Miller and the LAOC Building Trades. Ron, you're truly a partner, somebody who believes that, you know, we have to give everyone an opportunity, and that this economic engine that our field is, that construction gives us, is a blessing here in Los Angeles and here with us. So thank you for all your support. I really want to thank Steve Edis, our trustee, for putting this at the forefront and assembling a team that negotiated this contract, which is super and uber important right now in our times. I also want to thank Ruben Smith, who's our Chief Facilities Executive. Ruben, thank you for communicating with our valued partners in the trades. I also want to thank Gabriel Buelna, our trustee on the Facilities Committee, Chancellor Rodriguez. And thank you so much, Ernesto, Antonio, Matt, for your kind words. We look forward to strengthen our partnerships with you. Certainly, I think we have so much work to do. So we're here for you, and thank you so much.
Okay, next I see Trustee Schwanken with a hand up.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Veras. I want to take a moment to just sort of reflect on the fact that this PLA vote is unlike other votes I've taken. I have, as all of our labor partners have seen, I've been honored to lead the effort on PLAs when not everybody on the board supported it. And so I've been in a crowded, angry room, and this is much better. It's probably the one defining issue in my career that I stood up to people that threatened me back in San Gabriel when I led the effort to pass a project labor agreement on the San Gabriel School Board. And I'm proud to have joined with Ron Miller and Antonio Sanchez and Matt Gaines and Ernesto Pantoja and Sergio Rascon and every member of the LA Orange County Building Trades when we worked a little over 2 years ago on the over $3 billion bond that we're going to be able to spend under this extension. I do want to confirm and get on the record, because when I began raising this issue before we started the negotiations, when I asked that we do this, I want to make sure that this is a wall-to-wall agreement, because I want to support the strongest PLA in community college world, in the state of California, and if we can, in the nation, that ensures that everything built on our campuses by us or by outsiders is built under the PLA. Putting people to work, getting the best trained people is what you get when you have a PLA. And I'm honored to have this be my third or fourth vote on a project labor agreement. And I don't mind when, you know, the ABC or others criticize my eagerness or zealousness. And even as my colleagues, I'm not ashamed that I pushed that we begin this and that we extend it as deeply as possible. And I'm grateful to my colleagues for your good work and our staff's good work, because I want to be, every one of us, to be proud that we stood up with labor, that we made sure that the bond is built under, for as long as we have money, under union labor. And so I just want to make sure we get on the record. I want to be sure that not only do we add it for P3, but if we have anybody coming on to our properties that we hire outside of bond funds with district funds, I want to make sure that's covered, because I want to make sure we have the strongest PLA in the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustees Fonken.
President Hoffman came back online.
So sorry. Yeah, Zoom kicked me off.
I know it did. I do want to let you know that Trustee Fong had didn't have his hand up, but reached out to.
Go ahead. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vettis and Madam President and colleagues, and Ms. Vela, Bona, Fonken, Moreno, and everybody for all your leadership and efforts on PLAs over years, and to the Chancellor, and to Vice Chancellor Ruben Smith, and to Vice Chancellor Larry Frank, Chancellor Rodriguez, and everybody. This is a great celebration day, and we normally, as Mr. Vettis said, we'll have a big celebration. And thank you, Mr. Vettis, for your leadership and efforts on this. And thank you to Ron Miller and the Building Trades, and to everyone who's spoken, to Matt, Antonio, Caesar, and everyone who's out there. This is an amazing resolution. It's something that we need to continue to do, to really embrace the hopes and aspirations, to really make sure to provide good middle-class jobs, especially during these tough economic times. And I know Mr. Miller referenced different programs, including anti-recidivism programs and the Higher LAX partnership with Southwest College and the airport. But there's a lot of work to be done to really create first-class facilities and in partnership with labor and the building trade. So thank you so much, Mr. Vettis, and to everyone for bringing this forward today. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Fong. Do I have any other trustees that want to speak at this time? So I just want to say a couple words. First of all, congratulations.
Trustee Hoffman, I had my hand up.
I'm sorry, Trustee Bona, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the words that everyone said. I think in the next few years, the term equity is going to mean more to the board and the district than it's probably meant in years before. The nation is going through difficult times, and it's going to require leadership. Since there is no leadership at the top, that means that leadership at all levels, including the community college boards and school boards and city councils, is going to be more essential than ever. So, I think more than anything, this agreement means economic equity for a group of people that their families may not have seen that before. And this agreement will mean that generations to come, because of the income, the medical, the safety that comes with it, the knowledge, probably tens of thousands of individual family members will be positively affected. So as we move forward and approve this agreement, hopefully unanimously, I think we need to look at different parts of the district where we can maybe be more forceful with the concept of equity than we would have before the events that occurred throughout the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Buelna. I just want to say congratulations to everyone. I think one of the very first celebratory experiences as a trustee after I was elected was the signing of our PLA agreement. And I'm a little sad that we don't get to do this in person now that I've gotten to know all of you as people and everything that you do for your members and your passion and the good work that we all do together. So I want to say congratulations to all of us. I'm thrilled that we signed a 10-year PLA agreement. I'm happy to see the word journeyman changed. Thank you. And I think we have a motion. Do we have a motion to approve U1?
I believe we had a motion
By Trustee Svanken, and do I have a second?
Trustee Buelna.
Trustee Buelna, and can we do roll call now while we have everybody in the Zoom room? Lupe? Can you speak up just a little louder?
Yeah.
Trustee Buelna?
Absolutely, yes.
Trustee Fong?
Absolutely, yes.
Hello? I'm going to say yes. Aren't I after Fong? Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Lupe, we can't hear you.
Hi, it's a hard time.
President, you want to run the roll call?
Who, me? Okay, I'm gonna start over with the roll call. Student Trustee Geronimo?
Yes.
Great. Trustee Buelna?
100% yes and C.
Trustee Fong?
Absolutely big yes.
Trustee Me Hoffman, yes. Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Svanken?
Enthusiastically, yes.
I'm alphabetizing in my head here. Trustee Vela?
Unequivocally, yes.
Great. And Trustee Perez?
Yes.
And I hope to celebrate in person when safe to do so. So congratulations and wonderful that passes. Great. Thank you for being here. Now we're going to transition. I do see that Pastor Boyd has joined us. Pastor Boyd, are you in the room still?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I had the pleasure, I think some of us did, of hearing you during our Black graduation ceremony, and you were so inspiring. So we're really excited to have you here today. And Aisha Randall gave you a beautiful introduction. So without further ado, we'd love to hear from you. Pastor
Thank
Boyd.
you very much, and to Dr. Randall, and certainly to Dr. Rodriguez and all of the members of the board of the LA Community College. We are so inspired by what you do for the young men and young women who fill workplaces and jobs throughout the area and throughout the state. And I'm sure many of them will do the same throughout the country, simply because of the training that they got from institutions that you manage as a board of directors. We are in a rather critical time right now in the history of this nation, not unlike some of the other critical times we have seen this nation involved and embroiled during the time of its history. like the Civil War, or like the period of Reconstruction and the Jim Crow era. Indeed, the Civil Rights era of 1964-65, where great quantum leaps were made, when some of the most productive legislation that the Congress of the country actually wrote and inspired, and Presidents John F. Kennedy and President Lyndon B. Johnson signed into law. So we're in a critical time now that will test the character and test the soul and the will of real inspired men and women, not only in government, not only in education, but in finance and medicine, law, and every other phase of life, even those who are simply retired or those who are out of the workforce. We now have a tremendous opportunity to make a great change. We applaud our young people, the children who are at home from college, and those who are out of school and high school, and those who are brave and courageous enough to take to the streets and to put a face and put hands and feet onto our demand for equity, for inclusion, and for justice to a people inside of our nation that for so long had been denied that justice. And as a pastor in a local congregation in the field of religion, I have a special appreciation to what God does and how God does what God does in times like these. Because right now we're being hit by the COVID-19 coronavirus, and also we have seen now come to the surface the dual and double barrel forces of injustice and of racism. And those of us who are courageous enough to stand and deny that that will have a place in this nation will certainly write our own story and write our own position and place in history in time. So the young people who are leading the movement now, who are calling our conscience to bear, are helping us now to reactivate what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and others did during the Civil Rights era, and to put a modernized touch on it. And what we looked for then as hope for change, they're now demanding that that change happens now. So we appreciate what you do, and just ask that you will join the rest of us and everybody else across the country and speaking a word of hope, a word of calm, a word of unity to everybody, so that our aims, our efforts, and our involvement can be one unified force to bring together the change that this nation needs. You're providing the leadership that we don't find at the top of this nation. You're providing the face of compassion and love and inclusion that we don't have coming from many halls and angles on the national level. And you will be that bridge that helps to get us out of this dark place into a place of enlightenment where all of our children and our grandchildren yet unborn can have a place and have a right and have a seat to sit down at the table of opportunity and work for the common good of us all. So I'm so happy to share with you all and hear the work that you're doing, and want to commend you and inspire you to keep on doing what you're doing, because you have a tremendous option. You offer a tremendous option to those whom academia and the vestiges of academia may not work well, but you give them an opportunity to be trained to become good, law-abiding, loyal people for a nation, for city, and for state. So thank you very much. If you don't mind, I would be happy to join you in a word of prayer.
That would be great, thank you.
Thank you. For the common good of the work of the Los Angeles Community College District, and for the people who fill the seats of law and policy, and for those who set in place a structured learning opportunity, a training opportunity for the young people and for the elderly persons and for the full adults who will come through the doors of that institution. We pray now a special endowment of your love upon them. Equip them for not only the training that is related to the various areas of endeavor, but also the training of love and compassion and understanding and unity. We pray now for this nation, which we are all part of it. We pray for our cities and for our states. We pray for the citizens of our communities. We pray for the young people who are demanding what their parents did not enjoy. We're praying now that the grandparents who have gone on and for our ancestors of the past can feel comfortable now knowing that the gates of opportunity are being flung wide open. Help us to be able to walk through and help us to construct those bridges and pathways that helps us to make this nation to become what you have intended and what the forefathers dreamed of in its own writing. And we pray that what things and such things to which we set our hand, our heart, and our compassion with, that it will be for the common good of us all. And we ask this in the name of those gods and the various powers of the universe make everything possible. Amen and amen.
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 Thank you so much, Reverend Boyd.
God bless you, and you all have the rest of a productive meeting.
Ms.
Thank you
Hoffman,
so much.
before
I
we
know I
go-
see there's some hands up. I'm going to
Yeah.
call on, please stay for a few minutes. I think we might have questions or comments
Sure.
from our trustees. Trustee
Yes.
Buena.
Yes, thank you. I waited to make a comment on the subject because sometimes it's better to make no comment than just a comment off the cuff. I think for the last year, as a board, some of us have brought up issues that are going to be necessary to deal with institutional racism. And institutional racism, also means institutional and institutional malaise. But at the end of it, we have to look at how we serve students better, how we look at our curriculum to make sure that it's reflective of what our student body and community and what we need in order to move forward. I think in order to eradicate racism, it's going to take questioning our beautiful LA Community College system. It's going to mean conversations that are a bit uncomfortable. It's going to take sometimes people being angry. But in order to create change, you have to go through that. It's a reality. If we don't do that as trustees, that means that we're not leaders and we're just sitting on the chairs that we were elected to. Last year we approved $250,000 for the African American Outreach Initiative. I'm glad we took the leadership to do that. We need to go back and look at a lot of the initiatives and look at how we refund them, how we look at student housing and the 24% of our students that are hungry, that are homeless, and that need us, at the equity of the hiring of our faculty and some of those issues. We can't be leaders if we're not looking to, at minimum, have these basic conversations. Thank you, Pastor, for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Buena. Trustees Fonkin, I see
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Pastor Boyd, I have joined your parishioners on a number of occasions. I had the opportunity to pray with you since you came to Los Angeles and with your predecessors. And I just want to echo your prayer that we lead this board and this community with compassion and thoughtfulness, and that we let help our students and join with you. I'm hopeful that Trustee Buena mentioned that we spent a few $100,000 on outreach to the African American community, and I'm hoping that we will, based on what we're seeing, that we will recommit ourselves and work with you and other pastors who serve a community that has not had complete access to our colleges and to higher education. And because we are the pathway for everybody who wants an education. So Pastor Boyd, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for all the good work you do and your foundation does, because you do so much in the South LA community. And I just want to thank you. And I hope to come and be able to pray with you when it's safe. This virus has kept us apart from people we've worked with. But I'm going to ask my colleagues to consider $2 million commitment to, when we talk about our budget, a $2 million commitment to outreach, retention, and assisting African American students getting an education and helping them through this COVID crisis to get jobs. So I hope we'll pray together soon, Pastor, and I appreciate your leadership and your thoughts.
Thank you so very much, and for such a bold commitment. If you need any help from this side, from people who are part of this congregation or others whose help we can leverage to get that $2 million passed, we'll be here to assist. All of the great aims that have been made and gains have been made and aims have been put in place over the past 2 or 3 decades have been good, but just short of those 3 decades, we come to know that the gains of the 1960s and 70s through the civil rights struggles and what was signed into action by with civil rights bills, most of that ground, that hallowed ground, has now eroded. And the hallowed ground that has been made to become fertile by the hands of work and the blood, the sweat, and the tears of foregone generations have been lost in Prop 209s and the dismantlement of equity and equal opportunity. And so what we need to do is join together in force and join us in the struggle of helping California to repeal 209, Prop 209, so there can be an opportunity for people to be helped. Because if you're going to bring up those who are disadvantaged to a level of those who are advantaged, you have to give some specialized help and assistance to those who are in the disadvantaged field. So the only way we can do that is outside of Prop 209. So those are the kinds of things you'll be hearing from this community. And thank you for being proactive and providing the resources to provide a way for those who are African Americans in this area to get into your institutions and find not only invite and enrollment, but also retention and everything that it takes to retain them in until their goals of training and education are completed.
Thank you so much. I have 2 more trustees that would like to make comments. Trustee Veras.
Pastor Boyd, thank you for joining us today. Your words were powerful and definitely impactful. I want to thank Nicole and Aisha Randall for all their advocacy and all their work in terms of making sure the Black community on our campuses, amongst the staff, administrators, and students are always have an organized effort, and they do some tremendous work. I was profoundly struck by the comments you made to our youth, and watching out there and listening to the feedback in terms of our students and our youth. They really are our future, and watching how we can work together and collaborate to make sure that youth has a positive voice, has an opportunity to be uplifted, and to make sure that that this is something that just doesn't get swept away, that this becomes a catalyst for tremendous change for our future here. So again, thank you for being here. Always appreciate your help and the support you provide. And this is a partnership together. Schools and churches are a powerful force together, and I'm happy to be part of this effort.
Thank you for being you and for your membership. Thank you.
I'm going to call on Trustee Vela, followed by Trustee Fong.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lloyd. And, you know, I have seen so many great things. Thank you so much, Aisha and Ms. Cole. Really appreciate the leadership, all of us working together. I think that we really need to look into 209 in particular. I do chair the Public Affairs and Legislative Committee. So I'm asking staff right now that we agendize this in a future Public Affairs and Legislative Committee and work with Mr. Lloyd and get this. I know that there are people that are right now ready to bring back affirmative action, to bring back what is fair, because we weren't all born with the same resources. And at the end of the day, we have to ensure that our African-American students are getting into the same universities, the same private and public colleges as everyone else. So if we can move forward with that, staff, please, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Trustee Fong.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you so much, Reverend Boyd, for your uplifting message and for being here today and joining us and sharing your message of equity, inclusion, and justice, and calm and unity, and really looking at how we can change at the local level to transform our city and our nation. And thank you to Dr. Randall and Dr. Cole for everything you do. And really, the African American graduation last week was so powerful and uplifting, and to FAME for always hosting it each year. We look to continue our partnership and leadership and support with you, and anything we can do in the community to let us know. And to echo my colleagues' comments, yes, whatever we can do to support the aspirations of all our students and our African American students, we're here and we stand with you. So thank you so much, Mr. Boyd.
Chancellor Rodriguez, I know you were particularly moved when we participated in the Black graduation just a week or two ago. So if you'd like to close us out, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees, colleagues throughout the district and who are watching. Pastor Boyd, thank you.
Thank you.
It's always good to be with you, to feel your words, to feel the impact of your message, and to heal, and thank you for opening up not just your beautiful facility in which we've had our Black graduation celebrations, and we had one this year, unlike any other. We continued the celebration to remarkably to see the achievements of our students. So thank you for not just opening up your doors of the beautiful FAME institution, but also open up your heart for our students. So I want to thank you on behalf of the Board of Trustees. And I want to commit to you on behalf of our district that we understand fully that the social compact with this nation, with its people, has been broken. It's the education that needs to prevail has not. We still have folks who are illiterate in the streets, folks who are without homes, without hope, without employment, without affordable health care, and without the kinds of basic provisions to lead a full and productive life. And we understand our role as community colleges to fill some of that gap through education. We absolutely understand that education is the most powerful and economic engine and needle, if you will, for moving social and economic mobility. So you have our firm commitment as an institution to work with you, with the faith-based communities and others, nonprofits who can help us lift Los Angeles together. So again, Pastor, thank you so much. It's always good to be with you. Thank you again.
Good. It is my pleasure. And in closing, let me say that this is a pivotal point in the history of this nation, and I'm hoping a pivotal point in the lives of every one of us. And I'm praying that every one of us will make a commitment to work hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, and heart to heart to make certain that we write our own epitaph on the cornerstones of history, so that after we're gone, others will be able to look back and see the role that we played in helping to correct some of the things that the past generations did wrong. This opportunity is all of ours, so let's bask in it, roll up our sleeves, get to work, and FAME Church commits its full menu of resources to help and make that happen. Thank you so very much again.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank Dr. Cole and Dr. Randall really for bringing Pastor Boyd to our board meeting. I have no words. When we talked to each other over the weekend and, cried together and tried to strategize together, this was the only real comfort that we found in terms of how do we come back to public life and have a board meeting. And thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. We are now, believe it or not, only at approving the minutes. So we are on.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Pardon me?
Second.
Right, I have a motion and a second for the approval of the minutes. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Gama, student trustee Geronimo's advisory vote. Can you hear me? Can
Yes.
you hear me?
He was on
We can hear
mute.
you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Boulner,
Yes.
Vaughn,
Yes.
Trustee Moreno,
Yes.
Trustee Sonkin,
Yes.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. We are now on item D, report from representatives of employee organizations, and bear with us a little bit for this. Do I have any reports from the employee organizations? You know, I'm just going to go through and call on you, and if you're there, raise your hand and speak up. Joanne Waddell, LA College Faculty Guild, Local 1521. And we can give a few minutes for you to get in the panelist group.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, good. Thank you, Madam President, trustees, chancellor. My comments from the resource table are typically short, but today feels different. Today is different. And so I ask your indulgence for a moment or two. I come
Joanne,
from a,
excuse me, sorry. Yes, just give me a quick second. Let me go ahead and promote you to a panelist so that we may see you as well.
Okay. Wonderful, thank you. So, so I come from a culture where saying the name of those who have passed gives meaning to the legacy and the life of that person. And so I would urge all of you and the over 500 Guild members that are in the background as attendees of this meeting today to just take a moment to silently say the name of George Floyd and to share with you some thoughts that came from our membership meeting last Friday. And those thoughts begin with, we strongly condemn the killing of George Floyd by Minneapolis police. We are shaken by the cold-blooded brutality that took the life and the underlying racism that infects some who brazenly violate the public trust. As a union, we will not be deterred from fighting for equity in our workplaces and in our communities. At our annual membership meeting last Friday, we passed the following resolution: resolved that the membership of the Los Angeles College Faculty Guild, AFT 1521, support the people of Minneapolis in the pursuit of justice for the killing of George Floyd by police. Over the past week, and yes, it's been a week, tens of thousands have taken to the streets to participate in peaceful demonstrations against police violence. Our resolution, along with these outpourings across the country, are actions taken to advance the cause of justice, to which we remain passionately committed as an important value for our union. As public school educators, we are on the front lines of critical civil rights struggles. As faculty members, we have seen firsthand and have tried to lift up our students who are struggling with poverty, unaffordable housing, and unequal opportunities in the workplace and in education. We also know that many of our own faculty members have fought to overcome these same societal inequities in their own lives. So we resolved to recommit ourselves to equity in our institutions and in the larger society. We're fighting to make sure that our students receive the best education possible in the safest environments. We dedicate ourselves to the purpose of community colleges as the great levelers, as institutions that raise people up and give them opportunities, no matter their backgrounds, prior education, or citizenship status. We see the potential in our students and nurture them to help them reach their goals and fulfill their dreams. What can you do, trustees? How can you help? One crucial element for student success is class size. And so by these comments, let our Board of Trustees know that it's time to take action and improve reasonable class size limits. Thank you for these moments. Thank you.
Thank you, President Waddell. Do I have any representatives from AFT College Guild, Local 1521A, that wish to speak at this time? I'm going to give it a few minutes. And then I'm going to go on to the District Academic Senate. We can come back. Angela, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Great.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to say a few words. First of all, I want to say that this has been a very difficult and painful year for all of us. The COVID-19 pandemic and the death of George Floyd have been devastating blows to our community and our nation, and the whole world, I would probably add. However, it is my hope that they will also be catalysts and opportunities for positive and lasting change. Under the most difficult and challenging circumstances, I am very proud of how all faculty, staff, administrators, and the district leadership have managed to pull together to ensure the continuity of essential services and instruction for our students. None of us know how long this pandemic is going to prevent us from returning to face-to-face instruction. Moving forward, one of the major challenges we're going to face is how to deliver those hard to convert courses. This is having a great impact on many programs and courses such as in the areas of CTE, allied health, lab sciences, activity and performance courses. Another challenge will be the disruption to education being experienced in the K-12 system. As a parent of two school-age children, I have an 11th grader and an 8th grader, I can tell you in no uncertain terms that K-12 students are not doing well under the emergency remote instruction. These students are going to arrive at our colleges very soon, and we will need to figure out how to best serve them. On a positive note, I want to say it was wonderful to honor 173 faculty members earlier today who have been recommended for tenure effective July 1st, 2020. And I want to thank the board for recognizing the achievement of faculty for a third year in a row. Tenure is essential to academic freedom and the quality of our colleges. So thank you for that recognition. And then finally, I want to say that the District Academic Senate will be sending out its spring 2020 newsletter today, hopefully. And so we have a lot of very interesting articles in there, including an article on the tenured faculty, as well as pictures of some of the laptop distribution. We're trying to send out positive information to our faculty. But I just want to say I'm very, very proud. I can never say, and I teach a hard to convert course. I teach a lab science. It's been extraordinarily difficult to transition that course online. But I am very proud of the work that all faculty have done. And I think that we managed to finish the semester on a very solid note. So I want to thank all of you for your support because it was absolutely essential. So thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to circle back. Is there a representative from the Staff Guild that would like to speak from the resource table?
Yeah, I'm here, President Hoffman.
Okay. Oh, good picture up there.
Thank you, thank you. Hello all, my name is Stephen Butcher. I'm the Executive Secretary for the Staff Guild, representing 1,300 clerical technical members. I'm here on behalf of Ruby Newbold. She is our administrator. She is here only until the end of the month. So this is probably the last, she will not attend another one. We had an election. We have a new president coming on board, and he will be giving these resource updates in the future. So hopefully this is my last one as well. It's an honor to speak. I just want to thank the board for their leadership through these times, these unprecedented times. And I want to thank district and district HR for helping us and our members on their issues. We've been dealing with case-by-case issues for months now about COVID and pandemic, and it's been trying and troubling times, but we've been getting through it and managed to work with it and work through it. So we thank the district for all that they've done and continue to do. We appreciate that. I also want to make sure we reiterate, like I did last month, that healthcare is important to the Staff Guild, and now is not the time to be cutting any healthcare for any of our members. We know the budget does not look promising, but our members' healthcare is important to them, and we hope that you reconsider your proposed budget. And last, but certainly not least, we unfortunately, I feel, missed an opportunity to appoint Dr. Melina Abdullah a few years ago, a co-founder of the Black Lives Matter movement here in Los Angeles. Want to talk about representation for the African American community. That would have been a tremendous, tremendous voice on the board and a tremendous opportunity that I believe, unfortunately, we missed through no fault of whoever was appointed or whatever it may have been. But it was an opportunity missed, and that voice could have been amazing at this time. And so the Staff Guild doesn't forget that. We supported her, but unfortunately we move on. And we echo our brothers and sisters in the faculty. Their statement was amazing, and thank you for everyone. And that is all.
Thank you, Mr. Butcher. I have a question. And I can call her the Sister Newbold in the board meeting. Is she participating today? And I'm an AFT member, and so we're connected. Is she here today?
I do not believe she's on. She's in Detroit. She's stuck in Detroit.
Okay, I just wanted to acknowledge her very good work. And I know we have a whole new slate of officers, and I look forward to hopefully congratulating them maybe at the next board meeting. Stephen, if you want to arrange for that, that would be terrific.
For sure, absolutely.
I'll reach out to her and just and say thank you for your service.
Thank you.
All right, great. Are there any representatives, and I know there are, from SEIU Local 99? Chris, are you in the room and able to make comments? And if not, can we get Ms. Ozan into the panelist area, Crystal?
I don't see her name. Not sure if she's calling in under a phone number.
I mean, she's been texting me that she wants to make some comments. And so if we can figure out how to get her in that so she can make comments. Is there anybody else from SEIU Local 99?
If any of the representatives are on the phone, please press *9 so that we may see you.
Okay, I see that Manny Rangel has his hand up. Oh, there's a few people that have their hands up. Crystal, can you look at what, because some of them are just phone numbers. If I push allow to talk, does that allow them to talk?
Yes.
Okay, so I am going to call on Carlos Diaz. As long as you're an SEIU 99 member, I'm gonna click this. Can you hear me? Doesn't seem to be working.
He's not unmuting himself.
Okay, I'm gonna have you figure out how to permit. And Manny Rangel, do you have your hand up?
Yes, I do.
Okay, would you like to make some comments?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, LACCD family. My name is Manny Rangel. I'm the Public Affairs Manager for SEIU Local 99. I want to start by stating that SEIU Local 99 condemns the actions of the Minneapolis police officers that contributed to the murder of George Floyd and condemned the unjust murders at the hands of police officers that came before George Floyd. Our union is creating a space for our members to dialogue. And after we dialogue, we will plan, we will plot, we will strategize, we will organize, and we will mobilize for justice, because that's what we do in SEIU. It's important to note that unjust murders by the police against people of color is a component of racism. Institutional racism and residual effects of racism do exist in LACCD. Let me repeat that. Institutional racism and residual effects of racism exists in LACCD. In LACCD, the SEIU Local 99 bargaining unit has the highest percentage of Black and brown people than any other bargaining unit. When SEIU members are mistreated over and over and over again, we know that it stems from institutional racism or residual effects of racism. When someone in our LACCD family calls our custodians lazy, we know that it stems from institutional racism or residual effects of racism. We know that there are those that are saying or perpetuating these things and might not be conscious about where these things come from, but that's exactly how institutionalized racism works. I bring this up because this is not the time to be passive about these things. Now is the time to call these things out so that we can identify it, put a stop to it, learn from it, and be a better LACCD family because of it. In LACCD, we have a great family, but it isn't perfect. SEIU Local 99 members and many of you on this Zoom today work hard every day to put a stop to this behavior and mentality. I want to end my statement by thanking all of the SEIU Local 99 members and the LACCD Labor Caucus for fighting hard to get LACCD to do the right thing in resolving the issues with COVID-19 absences and to get LACCD to provide hero pay for essential workers. I want to thank the students and the student leaders that supported these efforts. I want to thank the LACCD board members, the chancellor, and the chancellor's cabinet for working with us to reach this agreement. It took 2.5 months and it resulted in an LACCD family feud, but I hope that we can all learn from this experience and become a better family because of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I know Chris Ozanne, you wanted to speak as well. Are you in the room now and able to speak? We can circle back. Do I have anybody from SEIU Local 721? Mr. Hicks, are you here? Okay. Do I have any representatives from the Teamsters Local 911? B. Are you unable to talk? You unmute yourself. You're still muted.
Okay, am I still muted?
No, now you're good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much
thank you
for the opportunity. I have to say, well, hello, board members. Of all the months that I've sat on these meetings, I think today is one of the most honest conversations that we have had. And I really appreciate the opportunity, and I hope that there are more like this. This morning at City College, we had an opportunity where all the deans convened at a Zoom call just to check in to see how everybody's feeling in the midst of all this crisis. It was very good, but I kind of want to echo what Manny said, because the thing is, we were all having a conversation within the same rank. I think if there are opportunities for the colleges or the district to have open conversations for everyone, regardless of what their title is, where people can be honest and fearless to speak up, I think it would be good. I'm sitting here listening to all these conversations, and I'm thinking there's not much I can say that others have not said, but I am glad to hear that the district is committed to more diverse hiring. I just want to say that it has to be purposeful and has to be in all ranks, because otherwise it's not diverse at all if it's just all within one area. So I just kind of want to bring that out. The other thing I want to point out, because this is my last meeting, we also have new officers that start in July. I just want to point out that the administrators unit, we have resumed our contract negotiation talks, and we just want to remind board members that we too need your support. We may be small in number and generally less vocal, but we are really the ones that are quietly working behind the scene to make all of your initiatives and goals happen. So we just want to throw that out to remind you when the time comes that you will support us. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue on with the resource table, I do see that our general counsel has his hand up, unless that's an accident. Mr. Prieto, is there something you need to chime in on?
Oh, yes, Madam President. I'm going to apologize, and it has nothing to do with the resource table. I apologize just for interrupting. It's more about our Zoom environment and just letting the trustees know that the chat function should not be used, because the trustees should be able to just speak in the public into the public record. So not everybody can see that chat function. So I just want to encourage our trustees not to rely on the chat function, just to raise their hands and to make any statements into the public record. And I do apologize. I know we're in a Zoom environment, and I know the public obviously wants to hear from the trustees, and that's the best way of doing it, not in the chat function, but in making the statement into the public record verbally. So I apologize, Madam President, for interrupting the resource table. It's one of those Zoom functions that we're dealing with as we go forward.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Prieto. I do see that Ms. Ozanne is in the room now. So Ms. Ozanne,
hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, good afternoon, Board of Trustees and Chancellor. My name is Chris Ozanne, and I represent SEIU Local 99.
I first want to take the time to congratulate our new student trustee. Welcome. We look forward to working with you. And I also want to thank the district for working with SEIU Local 99 and addressing our concerns with making sure our members are protected during this COVID-19 pandemic. I'm asking that the board support us in approving the MOU that was agreed upon by the district and SEIU Local 99. If this MOU is approved by the board, I ask that our impacted members are immediately reimbursed any sick or vacation time that was used during this pandemic. And I also want to make sure that this information is passed down to management and payroll, because sometimes, the information doesn't get trickled down to the appropriate departments. And lastly, moving forward, I want to make sure to have assurances from the district that our members will continue to be protected after July in the event that this COVID-19 pandemic continues. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go on to, is there any representatives from the building and construction trades at the resource table that would like to speak?
President Hoffman, I'm going to allow the number 626862 to speak quickly, just so they can mention their name for the record.
Oh, great. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, number 626862. Can you please state your name?
We can't hear you.
It's okay, President Hoffman, it's on your direction. This attendee has their hand up.
I know, but I don't, it says talking permitted next. I don't know who the attendee is. And I'm fine if they would like to speak, if they're part of the resource table, but I don't know if they can hear us.
President Hoffman, should we just move forward, and if we can identify the person later, we can open a space
Okay, if we can identify you later, because I'm still on the resource table, we can allow you to speak. Is there anyone, any student representatives from the resource table that would like to speak at this time before we move on? Okay, so did I miss anybody from the resource table? All right, we are going to move on. We have received the Chancellor's monthly report, which includes reports from the college presidents. However, do any of the college presidents have anything they'd like to comment on or highlight that may or may not be included in this report? And I will look for hands with the attendees, and I don't see any. So now I'm going to go on to public comment. So please bear with us. This is where it might get a little bit difficult. The First Amendment and the Brown Act guarantee a member of the public the right to criticize a public employee in the performance of his or her duties. However, speakers are encouraged to focus their comments on issues relevant to the conduct of the public's business, rather than on private or unrelated matters. Are there any persons signed up to address the Board of Trustees at this time regarding regular agenda items? And I think you have some people that signed up in advance, correct?
Yes, I have about 40.
Okay.
Most of them are on the budget item, L5. And then I have like maybe 5 on the PLA that was just item.
Okay, so the board rules provide for a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. And we have how many speakers on the same topic? Close to 40?
Yes, close to 40. And then I have, yes, 540.
Can I have a motion for each speaker to be allocated on that particular topic 1 minute?
I'll move that.
Okay, I have a motion by Trustee Beer, and I have a second by Trustee Buona. May I have roll call, please? Can I make a comment? I think our student left, he had finals. So let's give him like a lot of positive energy here. Good luck on his finals.
Okay. Trustee Buona?
Yes.
Trustee Fong?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Spankin,
No.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
So I just want to ask for a point of clarification. We just voted for 1 minute per speaker for that particular item. Can we vote again on allowing time for the subsequent speakers? General
For 1
Counsel,
minute?
can I do that differently? Can we go back to the, because most of the speakers are on one particular item, but I don't want to shorten time if there are other speakers that want to speak to other agenda items.
Yeah, Madam President, I think it was clear that you indicated that there were 40 speakers on a particular item. I believe that's what the board voted on for those particular speakers. When those speakers are done, if you want to then take a vote to identify the amount of time for the remaining speakers, that may be appropriate.
Great, thank you so much. So we are now going to address that agenda item with those speakers. And I want to just, for clarification purposes, I see names and I see hands, but I think I'm going to let you, Lupe, manage calling the names, because I think you know what order to call them in, correct?
Yes, I have a list.
Thank you
These
so
are all
much.
on L5, the budget. So
Pardon me?
L5. This
Okay,
is the
so
budget, L5.
These speakers are speaking on item L5.
L5. Okay, so we're going to give them a minute. So here we
Thank
go.
you.
First one is Elizabeth Prager.
Is Elizabeth Prager here?
Elizabeth Prager.
And can I ask you, Lupe, for maybe you've already done this, since you have all their names, can you move them, the ones that are easily identified, into the panelist area so that it goes a little bit quicker?
We have
Thank you.
about 38 of the individuals. We'll move over the ones that we know, and I can do that right now. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm moving over the ones that I recognize
great.
onto the panelist area.
Thank you so much. Please bear with us.
And we do have Anna Elizabeth on the line. There's just no last name listed. If you can please confirm that, Elizabeth.
Right there. Hi, Elizabeth. Is that? Are you on there just as Elizabeth?
Are we ready to start?
Like I said, there's 30 to 40. So if people could raise their hands to identify you easily, please do so. We got a lot more going.
I think this is the highest attendance of a board meeting we've ever had. We have 461 participants. Surely a fire code violation.
Almost done.
Okay. I was going to say maybe we can get started while you're moving people over, but I realize there's a particular order they came in.
Yes.
And I would ask if you're not speaking on this particular agenda item, we will call on you when we're finished with this agenda item. So please don't speak unless you're speaking on this particular agenda item right now. Okay.
Okay, I think I'm ready to go.
Thank you.
Okay, so first one is Ms. Prager. Okay, we'll come back to her. Daryl Robertson. Daryl Robertson. We'll come back. Nikki Hong.
Here.
Perfect, thank you. You have 1 minute. You can go now.
First.
You're on, thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Mickey Hong from Los Angeles City College in the Department of Modern Languages and Civilizations. I know we have to be quick, so I just wanted to be impactful. we're here to talk about reducing class sizes because we've been pushing for this for the longest time because there's this gross discrepancy between the average class size of our district, which is anywhere from 35 to, it's more like 40 to 45, except for the Harvard College, which the maximum cap is 35 for a typical Spanish class. I've drawn all my facts for the Spanish classes within our district and other colleges within the county and beyond. If you see the other colleges, Antelope Valley College, Cerritos, Citrus, El Camino, Glendale, Long Beach, Mount Sac, Pasadena, Rio Hondo, College of the Canyons, and Santa Monica, they all have cap of 35 to 30 to 35. And for us, the lowest cap is 38. And this is access issue, and we're kind of reducing the attention we give to our students for student success. And if we're not doing that, we're reducing that by 27% in average. It is very unfair. So I want, and ours as a district is just so much higher with average of 42 versus 33 elsewhere. All the colleges I have been.
You've done behind your minute.
Okay, thank you. That's I wrapped up my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Lupe.
Joshua?
I'm sorry, Lupe, we can't hear you.
Joshua wins?
Joshua.
Wins? Joshua from Mission College? Okay, we'll skip him.
Hey, Joshua Wentz has his hand raised. Joshua, are you there?
Oh, there we go, I got him. I'll move him over, thank you. Give it a moment, he's moving over.
Has everyone been moved over? Please raise your hand if you need to be moved over into the panelist room.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Madam
Thank
President, esteemed members of the Board of Trustees, faculty, colleagues. It is an honor to appear here before you today, even if it's on Zoom, on this occasion of receiving tenure earlier in our illustrious district in the field of music. Although I would rather be out advocating for the Black Lives Matter movement right now, it's troubling times. And I understand that, negotiations have come to a standstill in terms of class size discussion. I really believe our unified mission at LACCD and in public education as a whole, and I applaud the work that each of you are doing as our board members right now in LA, especially in moving towards diversity and equality for minorities. As a music professor, I have the pleasure of not only being a professor, but an ally and a mentor for my students. Many students find balance and comfort in their lives by getting involved in music and the arts. The arts not only help students complete degrees, but can also save students' lives in some situations. Smaller class sizes allow me as a professor to develop a deeper, more meaningful relationship with these students. Obviously, budget is a huge consideration in this matter, but I encourage you to look at the value of the education students get when they're able to develop a real relationship with their professors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Congratulations on tenure, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Okay, who is our next speaker?
Lauren Foster.
And I'm gonna make a suggestion. Lupe, can you call 3 at a time? So kind of how we're in person and the next 2 get on deck.
Perfect. So we're gonna have Lauren Foster, Adrian Brown, and John Lynch.
Great.
Okay, can you hear me? Lauren?
We can.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
My name is Lauren Foster from ELAC. I'm in non-credit department. I am speaking on behalf of this on item L5 regarding appropriate staffing practices for students. Sorry, I have a baby with me, so bear with me. So no institution touts large class size as a selling point. For me, at ELAC for the last 4 years, I teach an ESL non-credit department. And we have open entry and open exit in our classes. This sorry. This means on any given day, I might have 5 to 6 new students, and I have to reorient those students and give them a new syllabus, get them a textbook, while also juggling teaching classes. This is an immense challenge that me and my colleagues do beautifully, and we manage it. But I cannot even imagine having to do that with a higher class size. We already have a grave language barrier with students coming in with literacy, not even having literacy in their first language. So I ask that you strongly consider keeping the class sizes low so that we have strong equity for our students and that they can learn in the best way possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Okay, who's next?
Mr. John Lynch, Adrian Brown, and Kathy Kopai.
Hi, my name is John Lynch. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak on this issue. I'm adjunct rep, 5-term adjunct rep at LA City College in the English department. I'm also a member of the AFIC committee for the last 3 years. I want to talk to you today about L5 regarding appropriately funding our healthcare in the LACC budget and mention class size. As a career adjunct, 20 years, I speak to you today on healthcare premiums for adjuncts and the possibility of increasing class size. After I pay my monthly insurance premium and then my share of the retirement plan that has just gone up, 30 to 35% of my check is gone before I even see it. And this is with a full load for an adjunct. That's wrong. And as an English teacher, you're asking us to take students who are quite frequently below level now that the remedial English classes have been dismantled. And you're asking more students come into our classroom, and in as little as 8 weeks, we have to get them ready to compete with students that are half the class size at SMC, GCC, and PCC, and a lot further along. So if we're talking about equity here, student class size should go down, not up at the LA City College District. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's up next?
Adrian Brown, Kathy Kopai.
I'm here.
Perfect.
Kathy. Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Kathy Kupai. I'm an adjunct professor from East LA College, and I've been working in the non-credit department for over 13 years as an adjunct. Last year, my son Darius was born. I was a first-time mom at the age of 44. For 3 weeks, my son was being tube fed through his nose in a hospital in Glendale. I wasn't allowed to breastfeed him, and I wasn't allowed to hold him very often. Our medical bills amounted to over $300,000, and I'm still paying them to this day. I'm very thankful for my insurance through ELAC. It's very expensive, and as one of the previous professors said, it does take up quite a bit of my paycheck. I'm left with only $2,500 after my deductions. I just want to emphasize the importance of healthcare for adjunct professors. It's not just a meeting agenda item for some of us, it's been a matter of life and death. I also wanted to add a comment about funding for student needs at ELAC. I was told while this meeting was in progress that one of the trustees voted against $1 million in funding for student needs, and many of our students still need laptops, computers, and textbooks in my department. We've been told that they're available, but none of my students have received them. Thank you for listening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for being here today. Next speaker.
Adrian Brown.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Greetings, Adrian Brown, Harbor Counseling. Feeling vulnerable as an African-American and Afro-Ecuadorian woman addressing a board and district with few Black leaders. Our California Surgeon General extensively researched race-related stress. It negatively impacts the mental and physical health of our diverse faculty. Show us that you value anti-racism and our healing by maintaining our HRA benefits and providing adjuncts with point-2 assignments with health coverage. Also show us you value the student need to make deep connections and have space to be heard with smaller class sizes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who's our next speaker?
Olivia Agredano. Felipe Agredano.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank
Can
you.
hear you.
Yes. Hello, trustees. My name is Felipe Agredano. I teach Chicano Studies, Social Sciences, and non-credit classes at East Los Angeles College. I want to first of all thank President Hoffman and Trustee Buelna, Fong, and Veres for attending yesterday's lavender graduation. Thank you. And Trustee Vela for organizing it, along with Chancellor Rodriguez. I'd like to speak about item L5 regarding appropriate staffing practices, regarding also class sizes. ELAC is close to 100% students of color, and they deserve equal funds, essential services, and that includes $1 million that was voted down a couple times in the last couple months. Our students have inequitable conditions. I currently have 49 students in one class, and I care for them deeply, and I want them to succeed, and I expect them to succeed. But it doesn't allow me to give them the quality time that each one of these students deserve. Trustees, I know you believe in equity. I know you believe in students of color. Help us help our students succeed by having smaller class sizes where instructors can give each student individualized attention and need that they deserve. Our students deserve this from you. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Lupe, next.
Yeah.
Warren, Ann Warren, James McKeever, Sandy Levi.
Hi.
Warren. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ann Warren from Harbor College. I'm the chair of the Communications Division, and I'm proud to say that I've been an English teacher for 43 years. You can't count how many papers I have graded, but I can tell you that 59 students in a class is a disaster. You wouldn't put your own child in a class with 59 students. So why would, if it's not good enough for your child, why would it be good enough for our LACCD students? Why would you put them at such a disadvantage when they already face so many disadvantages? Your job, like mine, is to give our students the best education they can possibly get. 59 in a class, that's not the best. It's not even acceptable. So please give our students the advantages they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
James McKeever, James McKeever. Sandy Levi, Sandy Levi. Donna Acardado.
Hi, this is Sandy Levy.
Perfect.
Hi, Sandy, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, trustee members, President Hoffman and Chancellor Rodriguez. My name is Sandy Levy, and I'm a registered dental hygienist from West Los Angeles College and teach as an adjunct in the Department of Dental Hygiene. I am also an alumni of West Los Angeles College, class of 2012. I am speaking today on item L5 regarding appropriately funding our healthcare in the LACCD budget. I am kindly asking for affordable and accessible healthcare coverage, which at this time I cannot afford through the school. Adjunct faculty work hard, however, being limited to hours available to us, we are not eligible for the same benefits as full-time faculty. I am asking today for you to strongly consider increasing the district's contribution to healthcare premiums for all adjunct faculty, and as a small step in creating an inclusive work environment for all of us at the district. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. McKeever, are you here now? Are you in the room? We can circle back. Who's next?
Donna Arcado.
I am here, sorry.
Oh, good. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. McKeever, you're on.
Yes, as an equity issue, I really want us to consider class sizes. I know I have two children who go to liberal arts colleges and their class sizes are 12 and under. everyone knows that these are the best way, these are best class sizes for actual student success. I really do believe our students deserve the best absolute education. It's an equity issue. I mean, with all the things that have been happening in recent times, we really have to think about how can we actually create actual equity within our campuses. It's not just a matter of police departments or lawyers or courts. It's a matter of giving our children and our students the education they really deserve so that they can also compete with the type of students who have the opportunities to go to liberal arts colleges. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Do we remember who was next?
Go
ahead.
How about Donna Arcado? Donna, I see you.
I see you too. Can you hear us?
I'm here.
Oh, there you go. Go ahead.
Okay.
You're on.
Yes. Thanks. My name is Donna Accardo. Professor of English and ESL. I'm studying our healthcare in the LACCD budget. Wellness for faculty is also wellness for student success. Every time I leave my house these days, I'm risking my health and the health of my family as well. COVID-19 is a life is usually
I'm not so sure we can hear you, Donna. Do you want to start over? Or it might just be my computer. Did everyone hear that?
No, we couldn't hear that.
Donna, are you still on the line?
I am.
Oh, there you go. You
Yes.
cut out for a
Can you
minute.
hear
Do you
me?
want to start over? Would you like to
If you don't mind, that's very kind.
Yeah, go ahead, of course.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
I'm speaking today on item L5 regarding properly funding our healthcare in the LACCD budget. Wellness is a faculty and student success issue. Every time I leave my house, I am risking my health and the health of my family as well. COVID-19 is a life-threatening crisis with no end in sight. We do not know when a vaccine will be available. Now more than ever, it is critical that our health benefits are protected through our contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's next?
Okay, Jenny Azaga.
Okay. And I just want to interrupt for a minute. Are you seeing people are raising their hands from the participant list? So can you and Crystal sort of manage that to find out if they want to speak on the same item?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, who's next?
Okay, next one is Larry Kokorian, and I see he's on the panel already.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, good.
And we can
My
see
name
you.
is Lawrence Krikorian. I want to thank President Hoffman and the board for listening. I have taught English and ESL full-time at Los Angeles Pierce College since 1988. Speaking today on item L5, 1985 to 1987, I taught UCLA's equivalent to English 28. My students included African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans. Why was the success rate of those classes so much higher than in the LACCD? Well, UCLA's class started with 20 students, not 38 like at Pierce. I worked individually with each student until his or her paper passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next.
Maria Purser, Farah Sadiq, Patty Gudonis.
Great, I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Maria Purser, Department Chair of Psychology, Addiction Studies, and Statistics at Pierce College. I'm speaking today on item L5 regarding appropriate staffing practices to give our students the class sizes they need to succeed. I have taught intro psychology classes with 80 to 100 students and classes with 25 to 30 students. In my experience, my smaller class sizes were better for student learning, engagement, retention, and success. We had more time for hands-on activities, more student-to-student interactions, student bonded with each other, and my own interactions with students were much more individualized. I was better able to monitor my students' progress and follow up with them if they missed assignments or stopped participating or engaging in class. I was also able to provide more targeted feedback on their assignments. All of this was much more difficult, actually impossible to do with my larger classes. It was unfair and inequitable to my students, especially my students of color. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one, Patty Cadonis.
Yes, Patty Godinez. Hello, hi everyone.
Hi.
So I'm Patty Godinez from ELAC, and I am the new English Department Chair-elect. I would like to just state that writing is a social act, and if we truly want success and timely completion of our students, if we truly are representative of an equity-centered community college district, as Trustee Buena pointed out, if we truly want to fulfill the student-centered funding formula, we can't have a cap size of 59. We need time, they need time for engagement, time for writing and rewriting, time for metacognition, time for healing. To quote Chancellor Rodriguez, now, the time is now with smaller cap size. Thank you.
Thank you. Libe, who's next?
Farah Sadiq from Harvard College. Joaquin Alvarado, Nancy Pecu, and Nabil Barakas. So Joaquin Alvarado.
Yes, my name is Joaquin Alvarado. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. My name is Joaquin Alvarado. I'm from East Los Angeles College, non-credit. And I'm speaking today on item L5 regarding the appropriately funding of our healthcare for LACCD budget. Faculty wellness allowed us to offer students the best of ourselves. At least that's how I want to see our role as faculty. Losing my health coverage affects me at the core. I have a child with lupus and a spouse with RA, rheumatoid arthritis. I refuse to accept that I will not be able to take care of my family. I'm asking you to help me take care of my family so I can focus on taking care of each child, each student that that walks through my doors and takes my class. Therefore, I cannot fathom the idea that Trustees Vulcan blocked the 1 million funding for our students for ELAC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who's next?
Nancy Pecu.
Ms.
Nabil
Hoffman,
Barakat.
Ms. Hoffman, at some
Martha
point, I'd
Clayton.
like a chance because I've been named to address the misinformation that's being put out there.
We're at public comment right now.
I know, but when we get to the end of this, I want to make sure everybody understands that that's not true.
Justice Funkin, let me just check with General Counsel, but can we please finish the public comment section?
Sure.
I haven't heard you. That's the first I've heard you be named, actually. I haven't heard you named earlier. Go ahead. Who's next?
Nancy Pecu, Nabil Barakat, Martha Clayton. Okay.
I'm here.
Michael.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes?
Thank you.
I can hear you.
Good afternoon.
My name is Martha Clayton, and I'm an adjunct ESL instructor for the non-credit adult education program at City College. The non-credit program is supported by over 70 adjuncts who serve an incredibly diverse student population. 100% of our students represent marginalized communities. We have a high percentage of off-site classes held in non-traditional classroom spaces and on campus. Our classes often exceed 40 or 50, even 70 students per class. Some instructors have rosters with 90+ students. Closing persistent equity gaps is mentioned in both our mission and vision statements. However, ignoring decades of research about class size and denying any faculty access to healthcare does not support this goal. It's simply unacceptable. Educators are on the front lines in the fight for equity. Believe us when we tell you what we need to achieve our collective goals, especially now during a global pandemic and national equity uprisings. We must be bold. We must innovate, lower class sizes, and expand healthcare access for all faculty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Wheeler, Tom Klein, and Mario Macias.
I'm here.
Thank you. You have 1 minute, sir.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. George Floyd, God rest your soul. Board of Trustees, Chancellor Rodriguez. My name is Nabil Barakat. I am the Chairman of Health and Kinesiology at Harvard College. I'd like to say that you were wise, compassionate, thoughtful when you approved the HRA, and you were very understanding of the importance of health to the student success of our students. Thank you for your support and for your keeping your promise. Thank you all for your integrity, honor, and most of all, your respect of LACCD family. I would like to also request that you would reduce the 0.33 to 0.2 to help our adjunct faculty who are the backbone of the district. Together, we graduate wonderful citizens, great citizens. So we appreciate your help and thank you.
Thank you. And we do graduate wonderful citizens. Thank you. Who's next?
Michael Wheeler, Tom Klein, Mario Macias. Gracie Chi, Jolene Martin.
Hang on, I'm here. Sorry, I thought you were going in order. Tom Klein.
Let's just go down the list and then we can circle back up. Mr. Klein, go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Tom Klein. I am from Pierce College, where I am a professor of political science. I'm speaking today on item L5 regarding appropriate staffing practices to give our students the class sizes they need to succeed. I know we're pressed for time. I just want to make one quick point. Research has shown, and we have read the research, that smaller classes are essential both for academic performance and retention, both of which are important measures of success in this district, in particular for minority and at-risk students, as well as second language English speakers. Now, on an anecdotal level, I've taught in many districts in classes from sizes of 30 to 150. And I can tell you from personal experience, the larger classes are much more difficult to give a quality student experience. Faculty-student interaction is extremely important, especially in an online setting, and is near impossible at times if classes inflate to a size that is too big. So in conclusion, I implore you to please keep our class sizes at a manageable size. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Who's next?
Hi, my name is Mario. Can I go? Mario Macias.
You can go, Mario.
Sure.
Hi, my name is Mario. I'm from Pierce in the library department. I am speaking today regarding item L5. And as a librarian, I have browsed through the research and I totally advocate for any class size reductions, as this is the factor that contributes to the quality of education that instructors can provide. And as an educator myself, I can only support any factor that would allow professors and teachers and instructors to deliver the best type of quality of education. And this includes a small class size. Even when I teach research workshops at Pierce, you wouldn't believe the difference that it takes when a professor brings his or her class with 20 students versus 30 students, let alone, more than 40 students. At Pierce, sometimes classes are too big. We have to schedule double sections for the research workshops. So I can only imagine what a professor would manage with a 60 student size class. So please consider this factor and look into the research a little more closely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Grace Chi.
Hi, Madam President, Board of Trustees. I'm honored, Chancellor Rodriguez, I'm honored to be here as the newly elected West LA College Chapter President of the Faculty Guild. We as faculty understand the challenges to the budget. However, health insurance should be a human right. We would be so lucky if we could have what Trustee Buelna gets from the states and from Santa Monica College, from San Diego, from San Francisco. LACCD adjunct faculty deserve what administrators and health insurance and janitors and staff and administrators get. Finally, as a member of COPE, I would like to say to Trustee Slonkin, we are disappointed to hear that you blocked $1 million in ELAC student needs money. And finally, I would like to say I am calling on the name of George Floyd. Thank you so much for all that you do for serving our students, faculty, and our community. And as Chancellor Rodriguez says, we are the people's college. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace, and congratulations on your election.
Thank you so much.
Who's next?
Jolene Martin, Monica Ramirez, and Chris Kofer.
Great. Lupe, do you want to call the names again, slowly?
Jolene Martin, Monica Ramirez, Chris Kofer.
Chris Kofer, I can go. Thank you for giving your attention to adjunct health insurance. I've taught in the LACCD at City and Mission colleges since 2007. I've maintained my individual access to basic health insurance through the LACCD. Continued progress means moving from 0.3 to a 0.2 load for eligibility and also for increased contributions from the district. So for basic adjunct access, 0.2 for eligibility and increased contributions from the district. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Monica Ramirez Art and Architecture at Pierce. My parents actually met at City College in 1954.
Just like Mike Fong's parents. Go ahead.
I teach studio art classes with 35 students in a classroom that was intended to be a locker room. And students are often 4 to a table that are intended to hold 1 student. So as faculty, we know that smaller classes are key to student success and equity and retention. It's really hard to retain students when they're crammed to a table. It was particularly hard to retain them in the wake of COVID-19 when their fears started to become completely tangible. I'm concerned that the district holds the position that there's no connection between smaller class size and student success, because class size is a civil rights issue. Why do our LACCD students, who are over 80% people of color, get larger class sizes than other students throughout the state? We urge you to agree to class size that are worthy of our students, faculty who teach and nurture them, and the district itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's our next speaker?
Jeff Scar, Jolene Martin, Chris Kofer, Bruce Dunner, Roxanne Sanchez, Brian Moe.
Brian Moe is here.
Oh, Roxanne is here.
Thank you.
Go ahead, who was first?
Roxanne, you can go first.
Okay. Hi, my name is Roxana Sanchez, and I am a faculty counselor at Los Angeles Southwest College, and I would like to speak on L5. I would like to speak on the class size and how it's important to keep class size smaller for equity. And how I look at this is because my job is specifically working with students with disabilities. And larger class sizes, I think about the students that I work with who have learning disabilities as well as other learning limitations. A larger class will could possibly cause an issue for them to get the support that they need in these larger classes, as well as bigger classes may also lend itself to more behavioral issues. And now an instructor is spending more time with classroom management than using that valuable time to teach in the class. Lastly, I don't think LACCD wants to promote themselves as a college that has the largest class size. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brian Moe.
Yes, hello. My name is Brian Moe, and I'm at Los Angeles Pierce College, where I'm an associate professor of dance, and I'm here to speak from item L5 with regards to budget and class size. My area of expertise lies in classes of dance and physical education, where it is our duty to teach the ideas of space, time, and energy through experiential laboratories involving bodies in motion. While you may be under the assumption that our rooms have an infinite amount of space, I can say that isn't true, and the risk factors of injury multiply with every body that enters a dance space or a gymnasium. I have taught large conference settings before on stages and in convention centers, and I can tell you that the more bodies you have, the more danger it is to the students. Also, those students who are in the back do not pick up the skill and develop the skill as well as those in the front, obviously. It is impossible to attend to the needs of our diverse range of students, as that this is an art form and a physical demonstration, and we get a mixed ability of students when they come in, and some need more attention than others. The more students that are in the classroom, it's very hard to attenuate to pick up a skill. And if anybody's tried to learn to dance before, I'm sure you'll understand. And now as we move to a post-COVID environment with the ideas of physical distancing becoming enforced, large classes pose even more of a health risk to our student body. So I implore you all to please lower the class size expectation for the safety of both students and faculty. Thank you so much for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Moe. Lupe, do you know how many more speakers we have? I
have on this list for the L5, I have 7 more.
Okay, because I know
I have 5 more in the PLA.
Okay, so we gave each a minute, and I know we had a 20-minute limitation on a single item. I don't know if we've exceeded the 20 minutes. So if we could have the last 7 be as quick as possible, that would be great.
Okay. So please note that I will time them right at 1 and let them know that it's past 1.
Yeah,
okay. Thank you.
On deck.
Okay.
Because
so,
we do.
Mr. Robert Loy and Angela Belden.
Hello, President.
Angela is there. Yes. Oh, okay. You could go ahead. I'm sorry, Robert. Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Loy.
Hello, President Hoffman, Chancellor Rodriguez, and trustee members. My name is Robert Loy, full-time faculty of Communication Studies at Pierce College. I'm speaking today on item L5. My public speaking and debate students deserve the space and attention to lift their voices and receive personalized feedback in a smaller classroom size. They're better equipped with critical thinking and professional speaking skills when they're given the attention they deserve, and that is possible with smaller class sizes. We are teaching the leaders of today and tomorrow to take on the ever-evolving injustices of the world, and they need an equitable classroom environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
Angela? Angel, I'm sorry, Angela. Go ahead.
Los Angeles Pierce College, Psychology and Statistics. Thank you, trustees, chancellor, and fellow colleagues who are attending this call today. We all know that education, particularly our community college education system, is a bridge. It's a bridge to job skills. It's a bridge to education, it's a bridge to social justice. We need to practice excellent equity by scaffolding for our students. Some of our students need a long bridge, some need a shorter bridge. We cannot build those bridges with large class sizes. Please, thank you for your time and attention, and please lower our class sizes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Theodore Pointer, Sarah Navarrete Bradshaw, and Joanne Hayward. Theodore Pointer, Sarah Navarrete Bradshaw, and Joanne Haywood.
Here, Sarah.
Okay.
Thank you. You have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna put my video on. So my name is Sarah Navarrete Bradshaw. I'm an A&R assistant at West LA College, and I'm speaking on item L5, namely the HRA. I'll try to go through this really quickly. It's widely understood that medical costs and copays will be rising sharply in the coming year due to the coronavirus pandemic. For some of us, the loss of the $1,500 HRA is equivalent to as much as 3 to 5% of our annual salaries. At a time when there is economic inequality and disparities in this country that need to be addressed, it seems completely backwards to ask frontline employees to absorb any economic losses without first looking at the largest salaries, administrative salaries, and making cuts there first from the top down. We all know that it's very likely there will be hiring freezes, which ultimately means all employees will be asked to absorb an even heavier workload like we saw in the last recession. A consideration in reduction to the salaries of frontline employees is slap in my face.
Sorry, your minute's up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanne Haywood.
Yes,
Theodore
hi,
Pointer. Okay, thank you, Joanne.
we're both
I'm here.
online. Ted, go ahead.
I'd just like to talk on, speak to L5, please, just for a moment.
Go ahead.
I would like to say that the HRA account has been very instrumental in managing my health care. And I don't think I could even do it without this HRA account. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Haywood, you can go. Thank you.
Okay, Joanne Haywood, West LA College, AFT chapter chair, and also a senior office assistant in the athletic department. I wanted to address all members and colleagues regarding the HRA and the vital importance of it to members. And as everyone spoke before, stated that it is imperative that we support this and continue to fund such an important piece of our health benefits that would help our members to remain healthy in order to serve our population. It's important that we keep the LA Community College going as strong as it is, and with everything that's happening now, it's important that we are there to support each other. And that is a crisis that we're in now, and we need to remain healthy and efficient in everything that we do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheila Jeter Williams, Lori Hunter. Lori Hunter, Sheila Jeter Williams. Okay, and the next group that I have is on the PLA contract. They're Manny Randell's group. So
Okay,
do you want to listen to them now?
Before we go on, I just want to make sure, have we heard from everybody who wanted to speak on L5?
No.
Okay.
This is Lori Hunter.
Oh, there's Lori.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Lori.
Hi, I know I have a very short amount of time, so I want to be brief.
That's okay.
I am a chapter chair of AFT 1521A, and for our 1,300 members, and I'm also from Trade Tech College, go Beavers. I just wanted to say that our members truly rely on this important benefit. We just lost a very important member who was a 20-year employee. He was one month shy of retiring, but even still, and he died of cancer, he still had an opportunity to use his HRA to help him maintain what health he could have. Also, as we go through the pandemic and we think about all the people that have lost their lives, we want to ensure that we as employees of LACCD, that we're able to maintain our health, and not just our physical health, but our mental health. And HRA helps us to do that. So we truly, truly implore LACCD, the Board of Trustees, the Chancellor, and everybody to support our HRA. And also to Trustee Buelna, thank you for talking about equity. We need equity for our healthcare and our HRA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any more speakers on this?
I do. I just added on. I have Sheila Jeter Williams and Jenny Arazaga.
Okay.
Sheila,
Jenny
do you want to go
Arzaga's
first?
here.
All right, Jenny, go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hey, Jenny.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this time. My name is Jenny Arzaga. I'm a full-time faculty at LACCD College in the nursing department. I'm speaking today on item L5 regarding appropriately funding our healthcare to the LACCD budget. Affordable and accessible healthcare, including the HRA, allows for faculty wellness, which is also a student success issue. When it comes to healthcare, I strongly believe that everyone should have adequate access to healthcare, especially when employed for a large public sector such as LACCD. We hold critical jobs designed to ensure and maintain a productive community. In a world where everyone else had been glorified, we are finally essential. Healthy LACCD employees are productive employees that will ensure student success. We all know there's a nursing shortage, even more a nursing shortage in nursing faculty. Nursing programs rely heavily on adjunct faculty in order for our programs to function at full capacity. Increases in adjunct benefits and accessibility is also necessary to hire and retain our adjunct faculty. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jeter, I think you're next.
Sheila,
This is Sheila. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you to the board and all panels. I'm speaking on behalf of L5 and the impact that it has had that's been very positive to all our members, as other speakers have all spoken on. It is very important when one has a lower salary that we are able to get the care that is needed for them and their families. A lot of young people in our union and in the district, and they have families, which we want families to grow. So it's very important for the HRA to continue so that we can serve all of the students that we have in our district, and also we can work together. Everyone is entitled to HRA. Faculty, classified, we're all benefiting from the HRA. However, some salaries are different than others, but we should work together so that we can all serve the student in a healthy environment. And I want to thank you all for having the HRA previously, and very hopeful that it will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that concludes all of our speakers on L5. Am I correct?
Yes, I believe so.
I still have something to say.
Okay, who's speaking?
Jose Antonio Sanchez from Los Angeles City College, Data Communication Specialist.
Okay, are you speaking on L5?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Good day. I would like to say that removing the HRA is a pay cut. We would lose a benefit, and that is not acceptable. We should not have to pay that out of pocket. Second item from L5, there is a slide on one of the PDFs that indicates 3 items for IT, and one of the items is for restructuring on the colleges, and it does not include a number. So we would like to know what that is. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like there's David Andelson. Did you speak yet? You want to speak on L5?
I didn't speak yet, and I would like to speak very
Okay, go ahead, please.
It seems to me what we offer our students is content, affordable credits towards a degree, and the value of our time as instructors. And whatever you guys think of the value of our time, our students are going to make that decision ultimately. We're going to be in a competitive environment where students are used to distance learning, where they can get high quality content and affordable credits towards a degree from other places, whether it be MIT, Stanford, or other options. So their perception of the value of the time we spend with them is ultimately what's going to determine our enrollments. And I hope you take that into account when you consider what is going to distinguish an LACCD education from those other options. I think it's our time, and I think you owe it to our students to give them as much of our time as you can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe that concludes all of the public comment on L5. How many more public speakers do we have on agenda items only, Lupe?
Okay, I have 4, and they're on the PLA item, and they're from Manny Rangel's group. four people speaking.
Okay.
Okay, so do you want me to call out the names now?
Yes, let's give 1 minute, but I reserve the right to extend if it needs to go a little over. But for now, 1 minute for all four each. Go ahead.
So first one is Emiliano Panguay. Emiliano Panguaya. No, okay. Phil Barajas. Phil Barajas.
And you've admitted them all
James
to the
Bradley.
panelists?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry. Have they all been put into the panelist room?
Well, they're not. I'm not showing them as their little hands raised. So
okay, if you would
looks
like,
they're.
All right. If you want to speak, can you raise your hand and confirm that you're hearing your name?
I don't see them. Oh, here we go. Oh, I have. No. Let me see. Oh, there's Lauren Shepard.
I see Lawrence Shepard.
I'm putting her through right now. Putting him through.
Okay.
He's coming through right now. Yeah, please raise your hand if I missed you.
Trying to do.
Okay, we have Farah Sadiq and Christopher Strickland. I see those two hands, so if you want to try to move those people into the panelist room. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for bearing with us. Believe it or not, this is a little bit easier than having just an open Zoom meeting where I don't think we'd be able to have this many participants. So I appreciate everyone's patience.
Sarah, if you're ready, you can go.
It looks like
Ms.
Lauren
Farah,
Pardon me?
Ms. Farah, you can go ahead and speak.
Okay, go ahead.
1 minute.
Oh, hi. Yes, I'm speaking about the class size. I'm Farah Sadiq. I'm the chair of math and technology at Harvard College. I've been teaching mathematics over 30 years at the district. And I have a question for the board and our chancellor and vice chancellor. Why do LACCD students who are over 80% people of color deserve less than what other students throughout the state of California are receiving? El Camino is about 15 minutes from Harbor, and all their math classes are 35 or less, especially with implementation of AB 705 initiative, which removed all the developmental math. Are we going to be part of the solution to close the equity gap affected by socioeconomic status quo, or are we going to contribute to the equity gap? Our students deserve quality education and success, and it's about time.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Action speaks louder than words. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Lawrence Shepard, you're on.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm trying to look at the agenda because I was pretty much speaking on the hero pay for all our local 99 members. Are we there yet?
Okay, I mean, go ahead. You can speak. Just identify what college you're with. Are you an SEIU 99 member?
Lawrence Shepard, local 99 member, City College.
Okay, and you have 1 minute.
Okay, I was just wanted to make a comment on how I believe that basically our 99 members, which is our custodians, our gardeners, our HVAC people, we're still continually going to the college and actually physically doing work. And I think that does qualify us for hero pay because we're, essentially still there exposing ourselves and our families to this potential epidemic that we have going on. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Rangel, if you're still in the board meeting, maybe you could connect with Mr. Shepard, because I believe, we have some solutions for him. Thank you.
We have one more, James Bradley.
Great. Mr. Bradley.
I don't think I see him.
Is he not in the?
Okay. He's not on our panel, and he's not on the attendees list.
Okay. Is that it for?
Okay, so that concludes our speakers.
Lupe, there's a hand up from a 626 phone number.
Oh.
That might be.
I don't see. You know that we can't move him over to the panel because he's on the phone.
Hi, if the 626, this is the same number as before, if you can please state your name for the record.
Oh, that's right. That's who we asked.
It says talking permitted next to it. So can they?
Yeah, they're just not responding. So they, the same number keeps raising their hand, but please respond if you're there. We need your name for the record.
Barajas Filiberto.
I'm sorry?
Barajas Filiberto.
Okay.
Okay. You have a minute, sir.
Go ahead. Welcome.
Am I on? Barajas.
Right.
You can speak, sir. You have 1 minute.
You can speak, sir. We hear you.
We can hear you now. Please speak.
Okay. Barajas Filiberto. Am I on? Hello?
Hello, can you hear us?
You can speak. We can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Yes.
Barajas. This is Filiberto Barajas. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, sir.
And you have
Okay.
1 minute. Go ahead.
I am not on the computer. I am on my phone.
Right, I figured. Go ahead, we can hear you.
Thank you. I wish to state on behalf of Service Employees Union Local 99, I take this moment to thank Chancellor Rodriguez and the Board of Trustees and Dr. Roman. I wish to indicate that your effort to sit with us across the table by Zoom is an act of good faith to address and to listen to our concerns. And by the MOU that we signed off on with Chancellor Rodriguez, we express a deep and sincere thank you. But I have one last concern. One of the understandings was in conversation that we had with Rodriguez and Roman is that I, who am over 65, with a medical condition, have been off since the week of the Cesar Chavez holiday. Now, with that being said, I received my check on the 31st, where I was $1,300 short. And it was our understanding that we will not go into our personal time. I pray this is just an error, and I have not been able to contact payroll because of the emergency shutdown that Chancellor Rodriguez made after the riots and the vandalism.
Sir, you're well over your minute.
Thank you, sir. And
Pardon me.
Dr. Roman is on. Dr. Roman is in the board meeting, and Dr. Roman, can you please follow up? You don't have to answer. I know you can hear me. And he'll follow up. Okay.
I await the response.
Okay. Thank you so much. Jose Ruiz, I see your hand up. Are you wanting to speak on an agenda item? Lupe, was that one of your speakers?
Am I permitted
He
to
is
talk?
not, but I moved him over.
Okay, you moved him over. Are you speaking on an agenda item, sir?
Yes, I'm from LA Pierce College, Christopher Strickland, and I just want to advocate for L5, the fact that class sizes do matter. For me, teaching history, teaching classes with students who are advocating for their voices to be heard is best put forth when there are less students in the class. So I'm not for there to be 59 students in the classroom, preferably below 39. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe that concludes public comment on agenda items. Am I correct?
Yes, President Hoffman.
Great. Thank you, everybody.
I'm sorry.
For your comments.
I'm sorry, may
Let's move on. I'm
Jose
sorry.
Ruiz.
Jose. Oh, go ahead. I go ahead. One last speaker.
No problem.
Go ahead, sir.
Problem. No problem. My name is Jose Ruiz. I'm an ELAC and LA Trade Tech student. I am currently taking Mr. Felipe Agredano's Political Science 1. My concern is regarding the class sizes. Back in spring of 2019, I was taking a class in electric tech where the class size was so big, so large that there was always a minimum of 10 students standing outside of the classroom listening to the professor. And that's not counting the students that were standing in the classroom already. I think that is a ridiculous class size. I'm not sure why that was allowed. I always did my effort to be one of the first students so I could get a seat, so I could be in front, so I could get the most attention from my instructor. But I just don't know how you could allow this. I'm sure you have access to all this information. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I believe that concludes public comment on agenda items. Thank you so much, everyone, for your thoughtful comments. We are now going to move on to reports from the board. Reports of our standing and
Ms. Hoffman, I had a point of order, a point of personal privilege that I asked about with the general counsel you were going to ask.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Now I see your hand is up. General counsel, can you please address Trustees Fonken's concern?
Yes, Madam President. The question is whether or not a board member could respond to a public comment. I would note that Board Rule 2407.13, which indicates a discussion of a non-agenda item. And I think that's very important because any response is not on the agenda. So it is a very narrow exception. And what I would say is that, may I finish?
Sure.
It does indicate that board members may respond to public comments. But again, I would note that because this is not on the agenda, and I would look to Madam President, I think you can allow for a very narrow response that is allowed, but because again, it's under the title of a non-agenda item. This should not be extensive because this is not an agendized discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hoffman, may I?
You may.
Thank you so much. You know, I want to thank everybody that spoke today, and you know, the entire board is listening and hears you. And but I want to address something very specific that was said, and that is an erroneous statement about my lack of support of an item that came. I asked for more information and never received it. And so I made that request multiple times through the chancellor and the general counsel to the college president. The other thing that I shared was the reason I was concerned about spending from our reserve is my number one goal is to protect our students, and through that, by protecting our faculty and staff. We have a historic crisis, historic unemployment. And so we just have to be especially careful and how we address and spend the reserve so that we can protect jobs and provide for our students.
Yeah,
so
Madam President. Yeah,
I'm going to call on the general counsel. Yes, general counsel.
I would just say again, this is a very important narrow exception. I would just again indicate this is very narrow. I think Trustees Falcon has provided the information in response. I'm always concerned because we don't have these items agendized. So I do believe Trustees Falcon has explained the rationale, and
thank you. Thank you, General Counsel.
And thank you so much, both of you, for being so understanding.
I do just want to make one small comment because I don't want people to think that to get the wrong information. I do believe that more information was provided on that issue, and obviously we can take it up at another time. But I just
I appreciate that, but not when I asked for additional after that.
I wanted to make that clear.
But you're interrupting my personal privilege and making a comment again, so I have a right to respond to your comment. I asked for information, was given it, but then I asked for some details and never received it. And I want to have a discussion with the full board, if we have this debate again, about what the priorities are for the college, because there were items on there that weren't for the students. Thank you.
For the record, the information was provided. So we're going to move on to reports from the board. The reports of our standing and special committees. I will start with you, Trustee Vela, to provide some information about your Legislative and Public Affairs Committee, but can you also report out on the Lavender graduation, because that was really so uplifting in a day that most people were feeling pretty down. Trustee Vela?
Thank you, President Hoffman. And, I want to thank you for your leadership and those of the board and staff and administration and the chancellor and faculty for supporting us on our second annual district-wide Lavender graduation. I got to tell you that our graduates were there in full force, enjoying not only their success, but also paying homage to great leaders such as Jules Tice Williams, who African-American lesbian who's led the fight in the LGBT community. We also paid respect to Mr. George Floyd. The graduates recognize that pain that our country is going through. And overall, I think it was very successful. So thank you. Thank you all. And we will, hopefully continue this well-deserved tradition to the LGBT community and our Lavender graduation. So thank you to all for making that possible. So let's talk about first, federally, our district has been aggressively in Washington, D.C., insisting that our stimulus money also covers our undocumented and all of the sectors of our students. And so that's been something that we have joined forces with other districts. And I want to thank Chancellor Rodriguez for his leadership on that. We signed on to various letters that are going into Washington, D.C. for that. So, and thank you to trustees as well as our faculty, staff, and our students for their support. Lots to do there. At the state level, as you saw, there are different versions of the state budget. Certainly, I think right now the Senate version, and I want to thank Trustee Vettis for his leadership in the committee of the whole, Vice President Vettis, where we further discussed and analyzed what's going on with our state budget. And we're seeing that the Senate's version of the budget does create more flexibility for us. And certainly, I think, looks upon not only the federal government, but how we recuperate as a state in order to directly affect our students and our community colleges so that they don't have to further suffer and support policies such as we are discussing today with such passion and in our health policies and benefits as well. The other good news that we have is that we've been working really hard in order to support our split roll initiative this coming November. If that happens, we're looking at a $500 million additional funding for our community colleges, and LACCD is at the forefront of that as well. Obviously, we're supporting other policies that will help our community colleges, ensuring that we get the proper PPE for our local advocates are helping, and we are also in communication to ensure that our unions have that. And thank you again, and I SEIU for all of your bringing this up and the urgency level. So thank you so much. At this point, just want to thank everybody. It's a lot of work, but I really do, amidst all of the pandemic and the unfortunate injustice that is happening right now to our Black brothers and sisters, what we're looking at is a lot of work coming out of the district in order to mitigate some of this pain. So thanks to all of you for all of your support. It means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vela. I'm going to ask Trustee Fong if you can provide a report from the Institutional Effectiveness and Student Success Committee.
Thank you so much, Vice President Vettis. And good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're doing well and staying safe and healthy. Thank you to my colleagues, Trustees Bona and Vela, for a robust IESS meeting a couple of weeks ago. In terms of the hard to convert classes, thank you to Angela Trevery and the team there for the comments on that. We're pushing hard, and I know we still have a lot of work to do to make sure those 500 sections that need to be completed with in-person instruction, classes that fall into allied health, career technical education, and many workforce development programs. So we're still pushing hard in conversation with Dr. Ryan Corner and the Chancellor on that. So we'll continue to push hard. So thank you there. Secondly, we had an update on our K-12 partnerships. Thank you so much to the Chancellor and the district for meeting with local area superintendents K-12 counseling groups, and looking at how we can streamline our college going and maintaining our dual enrollment programs. We're also partnering with the city and the mayor's office on the LA College Promise summer jobs program as well, and coordinating to deliver a welcome package to graduating seniors. I know that has been placed on social media, and we got to continue to promote those efforts. Thirdly, we had a conversation on the athletics programs, and thank you to the athletics directors, and thank you especially Trustee Bona for bringing this to our attention as well. I know we're looking at whenever the county transitions from stage 2 to stage 3 in our COVID response, that some sports may become feasible without spectators, and that's something that we're still looking on, and based on current and future restrictions going forward. Fourthly, has been touched upon by many people earlier, but Vice Chancellor Larry Frank gave an update on our post-COVID and workforce development efforts. And EDD, the Employment Development Department, is projecting unemployment to be peaking possibly at higher than 20%, possibly as close to 25%. And we're facing a steep cut in our workforce, strong workforce funding, as Mr. Vettis led a discussion earlier on our committee of the whole. So we're continuing to focus on how we can attain more fundings on adult education and strong workforce. And also Vice Chancellor Frank gave an update on the meeting that was held by the House Committee on Education and Labor Chairman Bobby Scott, and really in echoing Mr. Vella's comments from the Legislative Public Affairs Committee, really how we can see to get additional funding for our workforce and our career technical education programs and high wage and in-demand employment opportunities. And really appreciate everyone's efforts on that. And then also the district conducted a survey, thank you to Dr. Ryan Corn and his team for conducting a survey of almost 10,000 students. That's to let us know how their experience is going online. 8.6% of students report without having a computer at this time. And I know we heard from an East LA College professor earlier. I'm gonna ask Mr. Fuller if he can check in with the East LA College professor to see if her students have been, their laptop applications have been received and processed. So we need to do more on technology, and we know that, and we'll need to do more, even more so as we move forward. But thank you to all the students who completed those surveys and providing insightful data on how the district can serve you better. On enrollment, the district is projecting a flat or modest growth in the enrollment for now, but it's something that we might see higher enrollment going forward. Right now, AB 540 and Promise Grant recipients are 4% lower than in 2019 and 2020. But it's something we'll continue to push in our enrollment programs as we continue to market our schools and to really make sure that we're open. And thank you to everyone who provided comments earlier regarding class size and during a public comment. And as we push forward, thank you to my colleagues and to everyone on board and the Chancellor for all your focus and leadership and efforts on enrollment and how we can really better serve our students during these crises in our nation and here going forward in our city. So thank you so much, Mr. Vettis and Ms. Hoffman.
Thank you so much, Trustee Fong. Vice President Veras, can you report out on the Facilities Committee?
Absolutely, thank you. Wanted to let the board, obviously we had one of our information items, the project labor agreement update and resolution that was already before us and passed unanimously. So that was a significant part of the conversation and a very successful undertaking and excellent work by our staff and tremendous cooperation from the Building Trades Council. I wanted to note that we have two recommendation items coming to the board. One is the West Los Angeles College Master Plan and Environmental Impact Report Addendum. It was an item that the committee unanimously supported for approval. And secondly, and this will be coming to our board meeting next month, it's an LACCD Clean Energy and Sustainability Resolution. So we can get into that one next month. The committee also began a discussion on COVID-19 impacts to the Build LACCD program, and essentially everything from precautions, impacts, and proceeding forward. It also delved into, and which will be a continued item to this next committee meeting, for potentially the future of our classrooms, facilities, service areas, where there is a number of student and staff interactions. And so I think there's some initial designs. The report is, and the PowerPoint is presented. So we're early in those kinds of conversations as the advice revolving around COVID-19 and the protocols and expectations for safety continue to evolve. That conversation is beginning from our facilities team to come forward to the board here. So that's the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trustee Buelna, I think you had a couple of committees to report out on and events. Do you want to start with the Innovation, Technology, and Sustainability Committee meeting that you held?
Yes. Trustee Fong tried to talk a little bit about technology, but it's my committee, Trustee Fong. Just kidding over there.
Ad hoc.
So one thing that's occurred in REST that isn't the kind of news is that our district office was broken into and 100 Chromebooks were stolen from the district office. So as we've distributed thousands of Chromebooks to our students throughout the last few months, if there's anyone out there in philanthropy, know that those Chromebooks came from donations. So if there's any foundations listening, understand that those Chromebooks are not replaceable, and we do need help with those. So from ITS, we went over web redesign. So the web redesign of all the campuses is important because we're looking at the infrastructure, the skeleton of all the websites at LACCD for them to have a similar skeleton. Again, they all look different in terms of what the campuses want there, but make sure that the functionality, the security of the websites as they get rolled out in the next 6 months to a year was laid out and discussed. And it's important to have that discussion on what's happening so all the faculty, staff, and all of our stakeholders understand just what we're doing in technology, especially as we move to the reduced application, increase our efficiency in terms of student enrollment. And some of these things, even though it frustrates me probably more than anything else, have taken several years. So they are unfolding right now. And Vice Chancellor Litz and the team are doing a great job. Just a shout out to our entire IT team throughout the district. They're doing an awesome job, let me just say. Even though we push, and I'm advocating for more funding within our IT as we do more remote and more applications. We also talked about applications and tool rollouts for faculty remote teaching. I think we heard our faculty Senate President, Ms. Echeverria, speaking about how difficult certain classes are, right? So as we go in remote learning, and once we leave remote learning, those tools and those best practices and methodologies won't be lost. And I think a lot of innovation is going to come out of that. So that was discussed. We also discussed the service desk tickets. Over 4,000 tickets have been submitted. And now here was an interesting thing. So everyone from East Los Angeles College, you had one individual in your counseling department that super represented the ELAC counseling and was pushing and asking questions. And I just thought she had the most, I think her name was Anna. She had the best questions and really pushed. And I really want to thank her, because during the Innovation, Technology, and Sustainability Committees, it's an opportunity for anyone to call in and to have questions, and to really, you have the chancellor, the vice chancellor, the trustees who are present, and the IT team that are there. And we went through the application, the websites. We talked about a target completion for June 30th for not the websites, but for the application. Then we also went through the student information system security assessment, making sure that our security protocols related to IT. Again, we're trying to do everything possible to make sure that the remote learning experience is seamless. we're not saying it's perfect, but like we said earlier, there was 4,000 tickets submitted. Around, I believe the number is 90% of those tickets are being handled within 24 hours. But we had some pushback from some of the faculty and staff, again, specifically over there at the Counseling Center at East LA College, because they were pushing back and saying, you know what, you're not answering some of our tickets fast enough. So in terms of in the spirit of transparency, I think we had that conversation. Maybe 1 or 2 minutes weren't comfortable, but like I said earlier, I think uncomfortable in the long term makes everyone a lot more comfortable. Let's see what else. That was generally it. On DACA, we had Attorney General Javier Becerra. He did an excellent presentation, about 45 minutes. You had our student trustee who was able to navigate through that process. And Attorney General Becerra was able to really articulate what I think 80 some odd lawsuits against the federal government, and even talked about, job opportunities within the Attorney General's office, strategies of going to law school, and really some of his background. So on behalf of the DACA committee and the Information Technology Subcommittee, that is my report, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Buelna. And I have a quick report on the Budget and Finance Committee. Most of what we had presented to us at Budget and Finance was also repeated today in our Committee of the Whole. We had Larry Galizio, Executive Director of the League, and Jonathan Lightman, who is on loan to the League to cover the state budget and how it impacts our system. That was one presentation. We also voted to approve as a committee and recommend for approval from the board the tentative budget, which we will have a hearing today on our tentative budget moving forward. And so the committee is recommending that the board approve that. And did I leave out anything? Oh, we had a presentation, which I know is coming to you, Chancellor, on July 10th about the debt repayment policy, revising the debt repayment policy for the district. And that is my report. And we are going to now move forward. So thank you, everyone.
Ms. Hoffman, I'd like to make a motion that we take item I-4 out of order because SEIU spoke about it. And I just thought we should, we took one other item out of order for some folks that were on the call. Can we take item I-4 out of order and take it up? Can I move it?
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
In terms of the Finance Committee, can I just add 5 seconds?
Yeah, let me just respond to it. The consent calendar is coming up next, where item I-4 will be. Let's get the Chancellor's report after Dr. Buelna's comment, and we'll get right to it. Go ahead.
Thank you.
As we speak about institutional racism, I think we're going to have to look at that debt policy of these campuses, because I just want to make sure that and I've made it clear within the Finance Committee that I'm 100% getting rid of this debt policy for our colleges. I think it's a stranglehold and is affecting student outcomes. So I just wanted to make sure that was a major discussion. Thank you for letting my dissent be heard.
I believe the recommendation is coming to the Chancellor, and then will be on the next board agenda.
Thank you.
All right, we are on now G. Chancellor, can we get your report, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees, colleagues who are hanging with us. We're over 3 hours now, and thank you for hanging with us in this public meeting. This is where the public's business gets discussed, and we do our very best to share with you the pertinent conversations going on around the district. Let me comment and compliment our board colleagues who gave excellent reports on the work that is occurring through their committees. I would ask and commend your attention to the next set of board committees, which occur on June the 20th or so, 3 weeks or so, June 24th, 3 weeks or so from today. Will be after the state budget, we believe, will be signed, and we'll have a lot more concrete information as to the state's budget and considerations at that point, knowing that there could be what they describe as an August revise once the tax receipts are collected from Californians and more tax projections are indeed realized. So we invite you all to our meetings 3 weeks from now that begin at 1 o'clock. Let me also just underscore again, and it can't be underscored enough, the important milestone celebration that took place with the tenured faculty that were celebrated and applauded for their 4-year journey with LACCD. As most of you know, those tenured faculty members who are indeed granted tenure tend to retire with us. So we are indeed making a multi-year investment in human capital. And I'm happy to report that since 2014, when I arrived, we have indeed hired through the process now of supporting and tenuring more than 600 full-time faculty at LACCD. So very proud of that, and a very important part of our educational mission moving forward. And lastly, before I get to another piece of the report, is I simply wanted to congratulate all colleagues throughout LACCD, our Board of Trustees. We actually made it through the spring semester. When we declared a state of emergency on March the 19th, we did not know what kind of future was ahead for us. But indeed, because of the tremendous innovation, resilience, sheer will, grit, and planning and support that took place with countless numbers of folks putting their hearts and minds into this work, sustaining the academic calendar, sustaining the support for students, moving almost 10,000 courses remotely, 10,000 employees almost remotely, and sustaining business operations. Truly an important and powerful demonstration of sustaining our will and sustaining our mission. So I thank you all for doing that. Finals began yesterday, and then we communicated with the tremendous support of our District Academic Senate President and our Faculty Guild President, in imploring upon our faculty members to extend some level of flexibility to our students who are going through undue strain and stress because of the COVID pandemic and because of the other social unrest activities that are occurring throughout Los Angeles and indeed the country. So we thank them for hearing that voice and extending the kind of support that our students might need at this time. Related to that, let me move on to, if Lupe, if you could bring up thank you for that. I'm going to go over just very briefly and quickly the COVID responsiveness report. We gave one last month. This is an update to that report. Before I get into the slides, I wanted to commend to the trustees and to whomever else is online. If you're interested in much more detail on this report, detail on our COVID responsiveness and what we're doing specifically to prepare for our recovery at LACCD, I commend your reading to the June 2020 Chancellor's Report. It'll be posted on our website very soon. The Board of Trustees have this report, and I commend your attention to that for much more detail. So let's go ahead to the next slide, please. So just to give you a sense of where we're at and where we have been, as you know, under an emergency operations center mode through our pandemic. Our district recovery plans, as you will see, are well underway. We're getting close to 90 days in this particular environment. And again, compliments to our team for working through a tremendous amount of unforeseen hurdles and sustaining the academic business and support for our students as we move forward. The spring semester is just about done. We will conclude it next week and then move into, as you know, our summer session, which begins on June the 18th. By way of giving you a sense of what is intended for the fall, we do expect to begin on August 31st with the possibility, and I underscore the word possibility, of some limited on-campus activities depending on the kind of guidance that we get from our public health department. We are tracking every case. You could see the positive cases, those that have been exposed, suspected, and to date, the single and sad and tragic fatality. Next slide, please. Keep going. So we are under the auspices of California, clearly and obviously, and California has what they're describing as a resilience roadmap. California's in stage 2 for that. And as you can see, stage 4 is the end of stay home order. Next slide. Here in Los Angeles County, sadly, we've had over 57,000 cases, over 2,400 deaths, and you can see there's a daily count that gives you a sense of what's occurring. LA is indeed the hotspot for COVID-19, represent half of the cases and deaths in the state of California. Next slide. More on the County of Los Angeles. You can see there's a 5-stage roadmap for recovery. It coincides nicely with the state in many ways. We're transitioning from stage 2 to 3, as indicated from the arrow there. Those are the conditions, those are the kinds of environments that you will see open in time. There was a planned opening moving into from 2 to 3, if you will. Some of that has been slowed because of the activities throughout the weekend, but know that there is significant work being done, both at the county and city level, to accelerate the transitioning, the safe and smooth transition and healthy transition from 2 to 3. But we must realize that the situation remains dynamic and that we are always subject to our district to the current health orders. Next slide. More on the County of Los Angeles. When we do move into stage 3, here's what must occur. Here's what we're hearing. Here's what we've been a part of. Here's what we're helping to construct. The stage 3 implementation includes clearly the physical distancing protocols and the use of personal protective equipment, or what is known as PPE, that includes face coverings, the 6 feet. And here's the difficult part for LACCD and for every college and university that is dealing with this issue right now. How will we sustain testing and tracing and quarantine and isolating individuals who are indeed exposed? And there's some guidance right now that there is class size. It needs to be 30 students or less, not necessarily at one time, by the way, but it does depend on the physical environment. But that gives you a sense of the challenges associated with moving to stage 3. Each college, each university will have to contain their own student body. Next slide. Keep going, please. So just a few more slides here about our planning efforts. You mentioned we are organized by a district-wide emergency operations center, and each campus is connected to each campus's incident command centers. For example, when we locked down our 3 colleges, our colleges for the last 3 days, that was coordinated through the EOC and our ICC. We do have a pandemic plan clearly now because of the environment. It has been updated. We have draft recovery plans that are substantial and matrices with milestones, if you will, that have been completed. And to the points that were made earlier in some of the reports by Mr. Fong and others, we have drafted policy statements that we have reviewed, and we're in the final stages of completing those related to the hard to convert classes that was referred to, our CDCs, the equipment that our staff uses when they're working at home, the tremendous engagement that we continue to have with our high schools through dual enrollment, our community services, and other types of fee for service courses, and of course the big topic of an interest in student athletes and in athletics. Next slide. That's just the structure that you can see. This how we are organized, if you will. This framework is indeed modified only from the standpoint that it works for LACCD, but is indeed structured through the FEMA networks. You can see how we are organized there and how we've been able to sustain ourselves. And this will be how we sustain ourselves by way of communication, coordination, operational capability, resources, etc. This is the general framework that we have used and will continue to use. Again, there is no current end in sight. You can see we're on the left side of the phases, both in the state and in the county. So I'm going to state the obvious here. We need to brace ourselves for the long haul and to continue to perfect an imperfect situation, and to continue to provide modifications as they come forth that indeed allow our services to continue support and safety of our faculty and staff and students to occur and whatnot. So next slide, please. Here's how we plan, and here's the phases for reopening. We're only in stage 1. We've got normal operations is in stage 5. You will see that there is no date for stage 2. We remain at stage 1 as of today. But when we move to stage 2, here are the kind of conditions that you can expect. That is that we will have very limited in-person instruction for the courses that we've all been talking about this afternoon, what we describe as the hard to convert. They will have these courses, the faculty, the facilities, the support will have indeed priority for those courses that could not be converted in our spring deliveries. About 3 to 5% of our courses impacts about 7,000 students. That's not an insignificant number. And our first priority of balancing health, safety, facilities, cleanliness, all those kinds of requirements is at hand here. And we're very, very close to both solutions and to moving forward, but we're not quite ready to call that yet. And you can see the other stages that are outlined there that really indicates the repopulation of our institutions. I want to underscore that our colleges are not closed. They're not closed. We closed for 5 days in March. We had spring recess that we moved forward. So we lost a few days of instruction, 5 days of instruction in March, but we've not closed since. Our colleges are open, but operated remotely. Next slide, please. So it's important to recognize that the reason that our transition has gone relatively smoothly, both on the operational side and on the policy side, is that we've had great opportunities to weigh in, to be a part of, to write with these other recovery plans and task forces that are going on around the county and indeed the state of California. So we're both receiving, forwarding, assimilating, as well as leading some of these conversations so they understand the role of community colleges, and our voice is indeed around the table. Next slide. I'm almost near the end here. It's important to understand that there are a few other additional factors, and they're not insignificant. That will help to shape our recovery, our timeliness for our recovery, the investments that we'll continue to make. You can see here, the state budget, as you heard and will hear, is kind of a go for broke, if you will, strategy by the governor that puts in an all-in opportunity and expectation that the federal government's going to come in and support support the state of California through additional investments. It makes some sense. You know, the national recovery is predicated on California's recovery, if you will, as the 5th largest GNP in the world. The survivability and economic vitality of California is inextricably intertwined with the economic vitality and strength of this nation. So it follows that there would be and should be and must be additional investment from the national government to our state economy. Clearly, we have, you hear more in the, when we talk about the tentative budget, what we are considering by way of budget reductions. And now over the last several days, the important and warranted so uprisings and unrest and attention that's been caused by indeed police criminality and the vestiges of racism. So as we move forward, we need to continue to be mindful of all these factors. We're not working clearly in isolation as we look to safely and prudently open our campuses. Next slide. So this is Brianna Garnica, and she is the ASO president at LA Mission College. President Perez, I know, is proud, and so are we. This was a featured photo on one of the Chancellor's Office's newsletters, daily newsletters that he gives out. So a beautiful photo. Thank you for forwarding that. So we wanted to show that to you. And then last slide is this one. Let's keep our eyes on the prize here. Next week on Tuesday, on June the 9th, we're going to gather virtually in an environment in which we're going to celebrate the well over 7,000 degrees and certificates that we will be conferring in this year's virtual recognition ceremony. So here are the dates. Thank you, members of the board, for your participation in these annual traditional activities. This is different. We have proven that we have a platform, a digital platform that is a little bit different than what we're normally used to. But if yesterday's lavender graduation is any indication of the fun and celebration and kind of environment that we will be in, we're in for a treat. So again, let's keep our eyes on the prize. Congratulations to the entire LACCD family for hanging in, for sticking in, for leaning in, doing the impossible. There is no institution that had to transition more at scale than LACCD. And so you should be recognized and rewarded for that. So that is the report. I have one last piece. If I can have Larry Frank join the chat room, please. Lupe, can you help out with that? Dr. Frank, are you anywhere close where you could come in for a moment?
Can you make him a panelist?
Yes, a panelist, that's the word.
Yeah, I don't know, is he still on? Oh, he's here. Yeah, Lupe, if you could make him a panelist, that'd be great.
Okay. Larry, are you there?
He's muted right now.
Okay, unmute Larry. I just want to hear you. I want to hear your voice.
There he is.
Hey,
Hey everybody.
Larry.
There's the
All right.
man. There's the
Thank
man.
you. Members of the board, colleagues throughout LACCD, my colleague college presidents, Larry, on the forthcoming occasion of your retirement at the end of this month, the Board of Trustees, your fellow college presidents wanted to recognize you. Whoa.
Earthquake. I'm so
Hey,
sorry.
when Larry leaves, the earth moves. My goodness, I feel it too right now. But Larry, on the occasion of your forthcoming retirement, we simply wanted to take a moment and to publicly recognize you, brother, for your absolute indomitable spirit for community, for being such an ally to the underserved, to the disenfranchised, to those who deserve and need first, second, and last chances. You have been a fierce advocate for all who you come in contact with. We rely on you for your community sensibility, for your ability to facilitate tough discussions, to bring people together, to heal. And you have done so with a tremendous amount of compassion, a tremendous amount of discipline, a tremendous amount of love and heart. So as you begin your next chapter, because you're not done, you got a lot of gas in the tank. We know that. But this transition, this milestone, having served as president at LA Trade Technical College and as vice chancellor of workforce development, I think deserves our attention and our thanks, our gratitude, and a virtual abrazo to you with our very, very, very best wishes and then chapters that lie ahead for you. Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much, so much. Really appreciate you guys looking out for me. A quick thank you to the trustees for giving me this chance. I kind of pinched myself for years over at Trade Tech at the platform that you allowed me to occupy for the last year, coming over to the district. It's been a really a great experience. I really love the LACCD family. I love the work that is done by this amazing institution. I love the 25,000 students at Trade Tech, and then the entire student body. It's quite a remarkable experience. I've been looking forward to this kind of month for the last 7 years, to be quite honest. This is the 7 years that I had in mind. I'm 67 years old. My son graduates next week. My youngest son graduates from college. We were going to graduate together. I'm going to take my retirement from the city, from the district, and I'm going to slow down a little bit. I got a half-time gig kind of lined up. It looks like it's still going to happen over at the UCLA Labor Center, which I can kind of do, start up this September, kind of do something with my whole heart and do something that is going to take a little bit less stress. I just want you to know how much work the administrators in this district do. They are hard-working people that never stop working. And I just need a little bit of a slowdown. I got one, little ask. which is, it's going to be a tough time. I thought I was going to be able to be around to kind of do the gala. I know that's supposed to happen next year now. I thought I was going to be around to kind of put the first, big grants together, in terms of what we can do as a district for the dislocated workers. It's going to be hard for that training to actually happen on our campuses. We're going to figure out how do you do it online. But my ask is do not lose track of the hundreds of thousands of dislocated workers that are going to be looking to us to be able to train them. It's going to be hard to figure out how to prioritize that compared to everything else that's happening on the campuses. But to the extent that public health allows us to embrace those dislocated workers of Los Angeles, I hope you gotta, keep that firmly in mind. As the workforce dollars are stuck between the House and the Senate, but they will come forward. So please do keep it in mind. But thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to have this amazing adventure in my life. And I won't be that far away. I'll be over at the Labor Center is right down in MacArthur Park. It won't be that far away if it all comes together.
Thank you so much. And I know Trustee Mike Fong would like to say a few words, and then I will ask other board members if they'd like to say something. Trustee Fong.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And to Larry Frank, an amazing champion, an amazing leader in the City of Angels. When you think of Angels in the City, Larry Frank represents that. He's been a social equity justice champion forever. And for many of you guys know that are out there, but I worked with Larry in the mayor's office, and Larry gave me that shot along with the mayor and Jimmy Blackman, many folks out there. But I was on Larry's team, and Larry had a group of 20 folks, and he had a hardworking group here. And I remember being in meetings with Larry many days, many times in a week. I remember Friday evenings giving me a call. I says, Mike, we need to work on this. I was like, let's do it. And that was actually I've been a product of the community college district. I think many of you know my story, but I think also I got a chance to work with Larry when Larry was the deputy chief of staff to the mayor on all the workforce development training programs. And Larry and I were tied at the hip for 4 or 5 years.
That's right.
And if you know Larry, he is always an innovator. He's a collaborator. He works with labor, with business, with community. He's able to put all those pieces together. And he's an architect of all the workforce development programs throughout the region. And he's so well respected out there. He's amazing. I've learned so much from you, Larry. I've met so many people through you, Larry. And thank you, Larry, for your 6 years of leadership at Trade Tech as well. I remember walking with you on a campus a number of times. And one point of story I want to share with everybody out here. I'm glad we have a large crowd here today. I'm sad we're not able to do this in person. I remember walking with Larry, and one time we're walking around the campus, and there are many challenges that our students have. And Larry was really somebody who would give the shirt off his back. And we're walking around the campus. A student came up to Larry and kind of was chatting, and the student was going through hard times. Larry literally pulled out his wallet and handed the student $20. And I will always remember that, Larry. And he's been doing that for not just that student, not just for students at Trade Tech, not just for students at the LA Community College District, but throughout the city, throughout this region. I think many of you know Larry through his 7 years here at the district, but Larry's had a storied history in Los Angeles. And Larry, hats off to you. You have a heart of gold. You're a champion for working people and working families. And thank you so much for everything you've done for the students, for myself, for the district, and for this great region. You're the best, Larry. All the best in your retirement.
Thanks, Mike, so much, man.
Trustee Vella.
Hi, Larry.
Hey, David.
It's definitely, I met you so long ago when I started working for Supervisor Molina, and just the tremendous care you have for the LA Trade Tech community. I was always impressed when I would go to the campus in my different roles, and how much that community truly appreciates you still to this day. And so I really want to commend you for that. A lot of people don't know that you took over the Chancellor's LGBT Affairs Committee, and you hit the ground running. I got to tell you, I have never seen such attention to detail and so much emphasis on ensuring that everybody is included. to the point where I think we grew our committee from maybe 30 people to about 60 people at the end of when you were done with it. And that we couldn't have done this graduation, the Lavender graduation, filling the people's hearts with love is what you did. And never forget that. And I'll always appreciate it. And you'll always definitely have that appreciation from me personally. Have a good one.
Thank you so much, Trustee Vela. That was a fun project, man. It really is.
Trustee Wellner? All right, Trustee Perez, and then we'll circle back to Trustee Wellner.
Dr. Buona, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Okay, I said very great things, so now I have to repeat them or remember. What I said was, before LACCD, I did not know Larry, and it just, your effectiveness, efficiency, but let me just be very clear in one word that just characterizes you, and thank you, it's integrity. You are, it just, one of the things that you did last year was you connected the different campuses for the DACA training, and I think we had 700 students participating district wide. We connected all the campuses. The fact that it was done, and we talked about it in one of these meetings, but that's a big deal. That type of innovation creates happiness and equity and builds community within our district. So thank you for doing that. I know being here is difficult, right? Our bureaucracy and all that, and we're kind of a tough place. Thank you for maintaining your let me just say, and I don't mean to insult you at all, but you may be 67 years old, but you're kind of like a teenager in spirit.
Yeah.
And you're kind of like a seven, in terms of that energy, always looking to do things. And I've seen 27-year-olds that have given up. You're 67 and looking to do new things.
Great. Thank you so much, Trustee Bell.
Trustee Perez?
All right. I know my time with Larry is not going to end because we have stuff we get a chance to do in our hobby time. But I wanted to make a few comments about your time here at LACCD, and for me, I still have such fond memories of you at UCLA, and to see you get a chance to go back to the Labor Center, and I know you were instrumental in getting UCLA to have one of its only brick and mortar presence in the downtown LA area is at the UCLA Labor Center, and I know a lot of that credit goes to your work and to your determination. And you and Kent obviously have always been tremendous advocates to make sure that UCLA, the institution of the West Side, has a presence for all of the city in the downtown area and one of the most working class neighborhoods around. So to see you have the opportunity to go back and continue some of that work is tremendous and amazing. So I think it's almost 20 years that the Labor Center will be in downtown LA. So that's going to be a fantastic milestone next year.
Yep.
Your time here with us, I gotta say it's always been marked for me by somebody who approaches things in a very pure of heart way, with the most honest of intentions. And just that sort of deep down advocate for working people, for students, and for those that are trying to make a difference in their lives. It was always amazing, and it was great to see. And one of the things I found in and around the community, in and around labor circles, is everybody had such a wonderful comfort zone with you, and because of your relationships and because of the way you treated people with respect and listened and tried to work with them, it elevated our district. It made our district better, and it gave an opportunity for those labor and community institutions to view us as a partner and view us as an ally in the efforts to make Los Angeles a better place. So Larry, enjoy retirement, and thank you for your effort.
I'll see you around. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I just have one quick Larry story. First of all, it's just been a pleasure working with you, and you've been a great help to me in many, many ways, including the Lavender graduation just the other day. So thank you for navigating me through that. Um, I have one funny Larry story. Like my favorite Larry story is when we were doing the live stream Know Your Rights workshop. And there, Dr. Gribbins and I were there at Valley College, and Monarch Hall was empty.
Yep.
And it was going to be like on other screens in other places. And we had all the speakers lined up, and you just said, all right, give me 10 minutes. And literally you came back and you filled the room with students. I don't know how you did it. You're like, I'm an organizer, don't worry. And the students actually got a lot of valuable, important information. So you will be missed. I really enjoyed working with you since I've been on the board. I did not know Larry before I got on the board. Although we spoke on the phone once, which I'm sure you don't even remember, maybe you do. But that was way before I met you. Anyway, good luck with everything. And it's just been a wonderful pleasure working with you. Thank you. I know Justice Funkin has something to say. Yeah, I'm calling her.
Thank you so much. Larry, it's interesting. I knew about you and we had crossed paths before you came to LACCD, but I was here when we hired you. And I remember getting a call from Maria Elena Durazo to tell me what an amazing person you were and leader you were, and that I could trust that you'd have the students' best interest at heart. And she was right. And Maria Elena Durazo has never given me bad advice, but this was some of her better advice. And I don't know if you recall, but I had asked you a long time ago to come downtown and help us in the area you're helping us. And you said, no, Scott, I appreciate it, but I have more work to do at Trade Tech. And I admired your commitment to trade, that you, even though we needed you at the district office years ago, you wanted to stay at Trade Tech because it is such a very special place.
Yeah.
And then I will never forget the graduation I spent with you, because it was the hottest day in LA. And you did so much and almost killed yourself.
I blacked out almost. Yeah, that's
great. You were such a trooper to make sure everything happened for those students and their families at your own peril. And and we were all very worried, but you bounced back very quickly, as you have many times, I think. And then the thing I'm most grateful for, and people may know this about me, but my entire career started with the late great Mayor Tom Bradley. And when I approached you about recognizing his connection to our college, you stepped up and you helped me navigate at a time that was pretty political and difficult in the district. And we were able to get Sydney Kamlager-Dove to lead the effort, but I will never forget that you made that happen, and that whether anybody ever knows my role in it doesn't matter, but I want everybody to know your role, that building would not have been named at your college after the late great Mayor Tom Bradley, who to this day is somebody that I owe my entire career to. And so for that, I am grateful, because we paid tribute to somebody who had very little tributes in this town and had a bigger impact than anybody. And I hope that someday the labor community pays tribute to you. I don't hope it's anytime soon, because I think these things should be done posthumously. And I hope that we get to work together, because I think there should be a strong tie between UCLA Labor Center and our colleges, not just trade, but all of our colleges, because we really need to teach our students the value of organized labor. And if there's anybody that can make that happen, it's you. And I'm grateful. I'm thankful. You always were calm and gave me good advice. And for that, I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I want to thank you for helping us find all the Tom Bradley staffers from the old days. That was a lot of fun that day as well. But thank you so much, Trustee Spunkin.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry. Another round of applause.
All right.
You will be missed.
Appreciate it.
And Ms. Hoffman, there was literally an earthquake because he's leaving. It was in Ridgecrest, a 5.5.
5.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on the third floor of a condo, and my room is like one floor up from that, and it shook pretty badly over here. Anyway,
crazy.
You will be missed.
Yeah.
Chancellor, thank you so much for your very thorough and excellent report. Board members, I know some of you have some questions, so I'll start with you, Trustee Swankin. You had your hand up first, and then if you guys can raise your hands if you have questions for the Chancellor.
Thank you so much. Chancellor, I want to commend you because when this crisis hit, we weren't as ready as I'd hoped, but you and everybody in the district stepped up, the board, the colleges, the staff, the faculty. Some of our employees put their lives literally on the line to try to make things safer and better. But Chancellor, I want to try to figure out how we move forward and make sure we're actually prepared should there be a second or third wave, because the medical professionals have said that there'll be another wave in winter. There's some people that because of this amazing turnout in the streets of Los Angeles, that there may be an uptick sooner. And so I'm very concerned and want to make sure you bring forward a plan for us to look at about reopening the classes that need to be social distance, where students can't learn unless they're in person, and do it safely, because there may be some of those. If you move a class into an auditorium or into an outdoor setting, you may be able to do that. But I want to make sure we have contingency plans and actual plans for recruiting and retaining. And then the last question I have for you, Chancellor, and this is the last part of it, is our students are the entire reason we're here. We would not have a faculty member, a board of trustees, you, or anybody if we didn't have students. And so I want to make sure that you and our board ask our students and engage our faculty and staff in what do the students need and want to come back to school, to do it virtually. How do we help them? My child is learning remotely from her college. Some colleges have plans to, USC announced they're going to reopen soon, and they're going to have a blended, the LAUSD is talking about it, other K-12 districts are talking about a blended learning environment. But I want safety to be first. I want to make sure we ask our customers, the people that we're here for, our students, what do they think and what do they need in order to come back to school? Because if we lose them, we have nobody to teach. And so I want to make sure we're asking our customers, our students, the people we're here to serve, what do they need and want?
Yes, thank you. All great points. And you're talking the language of what we discuss daily at the EOC and through our college presidents in terms of how we return safely. The best thing we can do right now is to perfect our remote learning and online teaching environments. We may be in this space for a very long period of time than we expect. So that will in one way prevent the second spike that everyone is predicting by keeping people away. And when they do return in small numbers with appropriate distancing and protective equipment. So it's going to be a very slow process. That's why the health departments are very, I think, meticulous in their instructions as to go through this, but to go through this slowly. We're not going to be reopening as quickly as the business environment. That's not going to happen. And for all indications that we're getting, we're probably going to be the last groups of people to be, together and repopulating the campuses because of the threat of the second spike and because of, until a virus vaccine is found, Mr. Swankin, we're going to have to play it safe, with safety being the priority. So that's what we're prepared to do. But we've got plans after plans, and they change with the dynamic environment that we are in, but safety will prevail.
Thank you, Chancellor. I do hope we'll see the plans and see the actual plans, and that we'll ask our students what do they need and what do they want as far as when to return, show them the roadmap so they understand that we're here for them. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Veras? Trustee Veras?
Sorry, thank you, President Hoffman. You know, Chancellor, I did want to make the comment. I had a chance to observe a call with Secretary Galley and a number of organizations here in Los Angeles that essentially were showing where the movement and the uptick of COVID-19 cases, how it was moving and how it was impacting the County of Los Angeles. And if we can know that at the start of this, most of the cases tended to be on the west side, tended to be in wealthier enclaves. And as it's shifted over the last few months, we're seeing significant increases of cases in working class communities, amongst people of color, amongst immigrants, and those communities tend to be the communities where our students come from. And I think the one challenge and concern is whereas some of these communities didn't have the luxury of staying home, and oftentimes represented part of the essential workforce, and as they go home to sometimes overcrowded housing conditions, the transfer rate of COVID has been extremely high. So I know in terms of our efforts here, you know, one of the things that has been profound in hearing feedback from students is safe spaces, and trying to understand, even if we're not going to get to, you know, the full level 5, I think I want to sort of encourage you and your team to really consider this desire from our students, not only just technology and access to technology, but to understand that sometimes in their household environments and sometimes the things that they're having to do, our campuses are sanctuaries for them. And as we're sort of limited here, and as we're challenged in the opening scenarios, you know, I wonder if there is just opportunities to communicate with our students as a whole, our associate student governments, and to really understand those kinds of critical needs, to find quiet study spaces, to understand, you know, that the communities are also very susceptible. The numbers are going to be increasing in the center city and the east side and the northeast San Fernando Valley and the southeast LA area, which are all students that are coming to our schools. But there's an element of balancing that out with just the ability to find a safe, quiet space to do work. And you know, in our reopening strategy, you know, we're talking classrooms, but I want to, you know, sort of highlight and underscore the need for space and continue as that sanctuary for those students. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vettis. We will continue through the organized SAC committees that now Student Trustee Geronimo will run to ensure that we have the pulse of students and continue to meet, frankly, their basic needs around this COVID pandemic and other academic supports that indeed they might need. The student survey that Mr. Fong referred to in his report, that many of you have seen, if not all of you, indicates that more so than, as you point out, the internet connectivity and use of computers or lack of computers, it was a quiet place to study was the #1 issue right now for students, because they're living in environments that it's not. I have a weekly call with student government leaders, and they relay that they're hearing from themselves, from their student body, if you will, that the only time to study quietly is from midnight to 6 a.m. A student has to go, another one said, I have to go to my car to study. So it gives you a sense of the tremendous accommodation that's needed, and whether or not we could ultimately at some point develop hotspots or safe places somehow for students to come back to our campuses, because indeed they are the safe havens. So you have our strong interest and commitment to continue to listen to students, to look for reasonable and immediate solutions to what was getting in the way of their academic success, including the remote services of counseling, of mental health, of telemedicine, of DSPS services, support for student athletes, support for those who are first-gen students, We have a full Los Angeles College Promise packet, if you will, of integration and information for new students to introduce them to the college environment now remotely. So a lot of this is indeed on our mind, and it's helping our planning efforts to keep a close pulse of what students are saying and what they need.
Thank you, Chancellor. I think we have Trustee Vella. Did you have a question about the Chancellor's report?
Yeah, thank you. I have more of a comment. You know, I want to echo Trustee Veris's comments. I think that we know, and obviously did a great job in the little time we had to respond to this crisis. Let's be honest. It was a tough time. It continues to be a tough time. But what we do know is that there's several layers to opening, and certainly, even though, and I understand that we're not ready yet to have, you know, in-person courses, and I appreciate. I've seen the hard work of our teams, the chancellor, his cabinet, college presidents, Trustee Fong, and the IESS committee in order to look at our hard to convert courses in order for our students to be held harmless as they pursue, in particular, careers in the medical field, careers in construction. So I want to continue to support all of you in achieving that. But I must say that I would want us to potentially look at ways that our campuses can be of resource to our local communities. One, and second, I think that you know, hey, look, if we're not, you know, turning on the lights, you know, are we saving some dollars out there? You know, how much money is currently being used to operate our colleges at this type of capacity? So, you know, like I told our budget people today in committee of the whole, you know, people still got to pay the rent. It's just suspended. With us, you know, what is are we going to have any type of cost savings because of the fact that we haven't even had students at our campuses, or maybe not, maybe there's an extra amount of money going in because we're, you know, so let's look at that as well. But I do encourage all of us to look at ways that we can be a resource. You know, one of the toughest things that I used to fight in K-12 when I was on the board is closed campuses. You know, having 36, you know, schools in low-income communities where I served in the Montebello School District, and having, you know, 30 of them closed at 3 o'clock, you know, so that's not fair for the community. So let's see what we can do in partnership, obviously being very safe. And I think that's something that I think this administration, the Chancellor's administration, has been really good at. I got to give you props for that, Chancellor Rodriguez. There's no doubt that, I mean, we've had literally the safest procedures that I've seen of any government agency. So I want to commend you for that. But let's see how we can be part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chancellor. That was an absolutely excellent report. And I know you're not doing this by yourself. So I also want to thank your senior staff, because
thank you.
I know people are literally working round the clock, you know, like I
That's
don't
right. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing them.
There's no such thing as a weekend anymore. I do want to just make one comment, and then we'll move on to the rest of the agenda. I participated today, and I think maybe many other people from LACCD did too. We couldn't see who the participants were, on a webinar with the Chancellor's office. It was a call to action webinar, and it was actually really, really excellent. And it is, they have some call to action points that they're going to be emailing out, ways that we are going to have to change in the face of racism. It's not good enough to just say we're not racist. It's not, we have to be actively anti-racist in every single thing that we do. Whether it's a governance committee, whether it's curriculum, whether it's how we schedule our classes, whether, you know, and the list goes on. And so what I would like to see, Chancellor, is much like this COVID report that you give every board meeting, I would like some kind of a report, and I know you can't do it on your own, but we need to demand some action on the part of our faculty and our staff. And our administrators, I would like to see a report, a monthly board report on what steps are we taking. And I just want to, there was a quote, there were many quotes, and there were chancellors and students and faculty members that spoke at this call for action meeting. But the quote that really struck me, and I don't know if I got it exactly right, was, "The value of your comfort is not greater than the value of the Black lives that are making you uncomfortable." And so we really have to have those honest, straightforward conversations. And I think we have two pandemics right now, right? We have that pandemic, that historical pandemic of institutional systemic racism, and then we've got COVID-19. And they're not, you know, and they're hitting the COVID-19 is hitting the Black community and the underserved communities, like you just heard from Trustee Veras, in great numbers. So I just want to make that point. I don't want, you know, we had a lovely opening to our board meeting following such tragic events, and I don't want that to be lost. And I want this to be something that we're actively working on in our district, because we are the largest community college district. We need to lead the way. So I just want to make that point. But excellent report, thank you. Okay, we are now on our combined consent calendar, item H. So we have for our review board members, the combined consent calendar for items I1 through U2. These items include consent calendars for Human Resources, the Personnel Commission, Academic Affairs and Student Services, Budget and Finance, Business and Facilities. Board members, are there any items which require additional information? Please state the item number on the agenda and where we may find it. I do see one hand up, Trustee Svanken.
Thank you. I'd like to, if we can, pull I3, I4, and L5 and vote. And I'm good if others don't have items to pull, voting on the rest now and then asking my question on those separately.
Okay, can you put those aside for now, Lupe, and we'll circle back? Do I have any other board members that have questions on anything?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. I3, I4, and L5. And L5, I believe we have to have a hearing.
Is it L5 is the tentative budget?
Yeah, Madam President and Mr. Svanken, there is no hearing. That's only for the final budget.
But we are getting.
But we could, yes, but we could indeed, as an action item, we'll pause and answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, and if Madam President, if you would allow, I'd like us to take up I4 and vote on it before the other items, if others don't object.
Well, let me find out. I mean, what I would like to do is what you just suggested. If there are no other items, let's pass the consent calendar and then take those three out. Is that? Then
so moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Are there any other items on the consent calendar that anyone wishes to pull for more information? Okay, I have a motion and a second. So we will vote on the consent calendar without items I3, I4, and L5.
Thank you.
Great. Lupe?
Student trustee Geronimo's advisory vote?
He's in class taking a final.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Fong?
Yes. Yes.
Trustee Fong, thank you. Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Svanken?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Veras?
Yes.
Okay, that passes. So the consent calendar I1 through U2 minus those three items passes. Lupe, can you bring up on the screen item
I4, please?
I thought you wanted I3. Yeah.
Well, I'd like us to dispose of I4 first because I think it's easiest. Because yeah, vote on it first.
Okay, I dispose of sounds like you want to throw it out. So.
No.
Okay, I was just gonna go in order, but let's do
whatever you'd like, ma'am.
All right, which one do we have up, Lupe?
I3.
Okay. Is this
okay?
all right.
I3, I wanted to address an issue that I've raised with the board and the chancellor. We are facing a historic fiscal cliff. And it's not just a 1 year. So one of the things that the experts said to us earlier today is it's not just a 1 year problem, that we have a multi-year problem. And so if we don't prepare for the next couple of years, we may get hit and hit again, because while the Congress may give us some stimulus money for this year, there's no expectation that once the COVID crisis is done, that our declining enrollment and the other economic challenges will be something that Congress will be able to address. So while I don't object to necessarily the hiring of an employee, I had two questions for the chancellor. One is why are we hiring anybody right now for a position that could be vacant, that we traditionally did not always have this position, if you ask trustees that have been around a while. And then the other question, Chancellor, is what happened to the process of, I thought we had a posting and there was a process, and I'm curious why that process isn't moving forward.
Chancellor, can you answer?
Yeah, I sure can. Well, first and foremost, this position is an indispensable position to the administration of this district. So it is considered, in my view, and in the view of many others, an essential position because of its portfolio, its responsibilities, and whatnot. So I would, again, urge your support for it. It is in the next year's budget. It is line itemed already. So it's not like we're crafting money from somewhere else to fund the position. This specific item that we'd like you to support extends Dr. Nish's tenure for another 6 months. She's been with us for 2 years. The second answer is that the process is indeed moving forward. There will be a handful of positions. We have 170 plus vacancies in the district. The vast majority of those, we're not going to move forward or delay their hiring until we have a better sense of the fiscal picture. That will bring in sufficient savings that will number between $5 and $8 million when all is said and done, as one strategy to not hit our permanent staff, if you will, with any job loss or any reduction in force. So we have a plan to do that. We could talk more about that in the item related to the tentative budget. But this particular item, the process is moving forward. The committee will be chaired by Dr. Barry Gribbins. The committee has been identified, and we're moving forward with that process and expect a fall process to be concluded.
Thank you, Chancellor. So can we vote on this item so we can move on to the next item? Can I get a motion and a second?
I'll motion to approve.
Okay, moved by Trustee Veras. Can I have a
Second.
Second by Trustee Fong. Roll call, please, Lupe.
Trustee Buelna,
Yes.
Trustee Fong,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Moreno,
No.
Trustee Funkin,
No.
Trustee Vela,
Yes.
Trustee Veras.
Yes.
Great, thank you. That passes. We are now on item, can you call up item I4?
Motion to approve.
I
Second.
Okay, motion by Trustee Veras, seconded by Trustee Hoffman. Do you have any
I
discussion?
think there's a question about that. I don't know if do our rules allow the president
Okay,
to do that?
I don't know.
I don't think so. Usually the chair turns over the gavel if they're gonna do those things. But
Okay, and General Counsel, does it matter who seconds?
I'll second.
I actually seconded it, but that's okay.
Madam President, unless it's absolutely necessary, let me take a look at that and I can report back in terms of what the chair can do. But it looks like we have an adequate first and second.
Thank
you. Okay. What do you mean by adequate first and second?
Oh, we have two other people that have already seconded. I mean, the question is, can the chair move and make a second? And let me take a look at that.
Okay.
I apologize not having an immediate
No
answer.
worries. All right, can we have roll call on this, please?
Hang on, I'd like to ask a question of the Chancellor of the General Counsel. I want to thank our staff. It took a long time, but the fact that SEIU 99 supports this effort is terrific. I do want to note for the record that other districts have done the same or better by their employees, and we should have done this earlier. And there is a provision, I believe, in here that calls on the district to negotiate a going forward issue. I don't want us to have our employees in any bargaining unit to have to be subjected to a second wave of the COVID crisis, the COVID pandemic, and us not to have a plan. And so I want to ask, Chancellor, if you can begin with your staff the negotiations for what happens if there's an additional wave of this and we're not able to have the staff either because of their healthcare issues. I believe this item only goes through July, and I don't think we should wait until July, since we're already at the beginning of June, to start negotiating with 99. Is that possible?
We're already negotiating, Mr. Svanken, with 99 on this issue and others, and I would ask us to, and I won't get into the details, but that process has begun.
No, I'm not talking about I'm talking about the COVID issue, not the other issues.
No, well, they're related. These are negotiable items. It deals with wages, working conditions, and health. They're negotiated items.
Okay, but there's a crisis. Okay, I just want to note for the record that and I hope other board members will urge our staff to work on the COVID issue separate from the others, because I believe it's in the agreement that we will do that, and I don't want us to wait. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, can I, there's a motion and a second. Did we vote?
There's still discussion on
Trustee
this.
Bourna?
Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Vella.
Yeah, also Trustee Vettis had his hand up too. I just want to say that, thank you to SEIU for all of your hard work and flexibility. And you deserve this. And I would like administration to consider in the future looking at other ways that we can help SEIU and all of our essential employees. I think, looking at ways can really affect their health and their well-being, and to be treated equally like all of our other employees. I definitely, moving forward, want to see more policies like this. I understand we are in a budget crunch, but we're far from going under 10% reserve. And so any money that can be used to help our employees, that's what it's for. It's to continue and to provide good faith. So I really expect more from administration as we move forward to help our essential folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Veras, you have your hand up, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rush through.
No, I wanted to make the comment that look, the data says we're not even out of phase one. Let's be honest. And so I think what's really important and really a key component to this MOU is the first few weeks of the pandemic were extremely difficult and had constantly evolving advisories and guidance, and to even sort of make the comment that face masks to be required were not something that were part of the 3 weeks, and some of the advice on face masks were different. So I think what's important, and as we get a steady hold, and now we have some consistency in the way we approach things, that we did have employees not only in SEIU's unit here in 99, but in several other units that were really doing tremendous work to make sure this institution was able to transition forward and able to sort of handle things in student interaction pieces and getting technology out all those kinds of things are really important. But I did want to underscore and highlight the fact that, you know, those first few weeks, you know, we were, it was a leap of faith, and we were doing our best. And oftentimes we saw guidance that conflicted, you know, I think from the president saying something that conflicted with the governor, that conflicted with the mayor. And so, you know, like I want to thank, you know, the chancellor and our administration for sort of dealing with the twists and turns, and certainly the bargaining units, and especially in that labor coalition that exists, that really, you know, worked closely with our administration to find solutions and to be understanding of just the challenges that we were facing by not having, you know, this is our first pandemic we're dealing with in this district, in this nation, or at least since 100 years ago, I should say, so 1919. But I think these kinds of things come as a result of really understanding the challenges that we have, and the guidance discrepancies, and, you know, evolving nature of those things. But as we move forward with the phases laid out in the chancellor's presentation, I do want to really be cognizant to know that we're not out of phase one yet, and we're still dealing with our populations. And we you know, this may be a new normal conversation as opposed to, you know, a moment in time. We may have this with us for quite a bit of us.
Thank you, Trustee Veras, for those very thoughtful comments. Do I have any other trustees? Trustee Swankin, is that a new hand, or is that?
Yeah, it is. I just want to thank the other trustees for their comments, and just for everybody's edification. I'm sure you all saw it. This agreement does sort of expire on some of the points, and so it's really. I agree with Trustee Vella that, you know, we can do better. We can, and we may need a plan, as Trustee Veras said, of this may be the new normal, and so we should have a long-term solution, but we should really work it out now, because it should be related to COVID-19. We asked a lot of these members, both SEIU 99, 721, and I believe the Staff Guild, we asked them to show up when it was dangerous. They did. We had administrators that showed up when it was dangerous. So we really should, and there's a big difference between someone going to an office that makes a large salary and someone being asked to clean up where it could be dangerous for themselves and their health. And it's true, the information did change, but we should always, I think, value and show that we value folks. And this took a couple months to resolve. And I'm hoping, Chancellor, it doesn't take a few more months based on what the board members have said to resolve what happens next. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we vote, I just want to make one quick comment. You know, you keep saying it should be COVID-19 related. I have a little bit of a different thought. You know, our employees encounter all kinds of, you know, emergencies and disasters. There probably should be something that refers to some kind of essential service or emergency preparedness or emergency compensation. We've had fires, you know, we've had earthquakes. There are other things that are actually dangerous and costly to people's lives. And that might just be something looking for the future that needs to be built into our contracts. And I'll leave it at that.
I appreciate that. I agree.
So with that said, can we have a vote on this?
Trustee Buelna? Trustee Buelna? We'll come back. Trustee Fong?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Swankin?
Yes.
Trustee Vella?
Yes.
Trustee
Trustee
Veras?
Buelna's here.
Thank you, sir. We got you.
Oh, yeah.
Trustee Veras?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Did Trustee Buelna get to vote?
Did you vote? Was that unanimous?
Yes, he just got right now.
Yeah, I did 2
He just
yeses.
chimed in right.
Great.
3 yeses.
At least someone's paying attention. Good job, Lupe. We are now on L5. Was that the other one that we pulled out of consent? Can we call up L5? And are we going to get a little bit of a presentation? Is that from Jeanette Gordon or Chancellor?
Yes, why don't I ask Ms. Gordon to prepare some comments. This is the June tentative budget that we annually bring to the board.
Okay.
The board did receive the cover letter and the accompanying documents. Thank you. And we will have a final budget once the state budget is signed and once other fiscal realities are more certain, that we will ask the board to adopt the final budget. But by you adopting the tentative budget, it allows us to spend monies after July the 1st in critical areas that will allow our district operations and support students continue. So let me flip it to Ms. Gordon.
Well, good evening. I think I had a copy of this presentation that was supposed to be up, but let me just give it to you because the chancellor has described it well. We had to get this tentative budget out so that we could continue operating after June 30th. So this tentative budget is really based on the governor's January budget. And we had to get it done before we got any of this later information on the May revised and the Senate version. The tentative budget is a total of $5.2 billion, and it reflects the major budgets for our building fund, which is $3.9 billion, our unrestricted general fund of $848 million, which is the fund that we use for operations, and our restricted general fund of $109 million, which is all of our specially funded programs, student financial aids of $255 million, and our special reserve for capital outlay projects of $60 million. That's in addition to the bond money that we have. Then we have our enterprise funds and child development, debt service, and cafeteria funds. The planning assumptions used for this was based on the January budget, and the revenue assumptions with the whole homeless state apportionment of $657 million. And we also have a COLA in here because at that time there was a COLA. There is no enrollment growth. And then we provided for our 6.5% general reserve and 3.5% contingency reserve. There will be possibly a significant change between tentative and final budget. You can go to page 4. Okay. The allocation assumptions, we have our total unrestricted budget allocations of $848 million. 96 million is EPA, and that 14.7 million is COLA. The college's allocations, 550 million, and district-wide accounts were budgeted at 99.5. The Ed Services Center is 31.1, and Information Technology is 12.3. And this does not include the restructuring of the IT. So this will be different in the final budget for sure. Then our contingency reserve is 25 million, general reserve of 46.5 million, which is our total of 10%. And deferred maintenance of 2% is 14 million. STRS PERS reserve is still at 17.6 million, and there are no ending balances in this budget. The next page is just the impact on LACCD based on the governor's May revise. The unrestricted general fund has a $51.2 million reduction in state apportionment. And there's no COLA or growth. And then our restricted programs, 5.9 million reduction in student success and equity, 11.1 in strong workforce, which is about 55 to 58%, a $600,000 reduction in part-time faculty office hours, and the reduction in the adult ed block grants. This page is giving us an idea of the scenarios of where LACCD is. The first one is based on the May revise. And as you look at that, you can see for 1920, we will still end the year with $119 million because our cut in 1920, at one time we thought it was going to be 23 million, then we thought it was 32, but now it's about $6 million in 1920. But in 2021 is where we take the bigger hit. That's where we lose the 50 million. 50 to 62 million. If you count the restricted money that we have to deal with, it'll be closer to the 62 million. And then the bottom one is the Senate proposal, which is a lot better. This one has the 1% deficit for 1920. And then there's no decrease in the formula for SHIF in 2021. So if you look at the bottom line, which is our projection of ending fund balances, for the May revised scenario, in 2021, we would go down to a 7.9% ending balance. And if we go into this, if the Senate proposal holds, we would still have about a 17.2% ending balance. And that's basically the report. The budget is going to change when we get out, when the final budget comes out, it is definitely going to change. And it's really going to depend a lot on what they finally decide on. And then, as I think it's been mentioned, it'll be August before we get some numbers that we can rely on.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Let me check. Do I have any hands up? Oh, I have one. Trustee Svanken, did you have a question? Can you hear me?
I can. Sorry about that. I actually have a few that I wanted to ask earlier that I was asked. Trustee Veras had said we would have a discussion here. The Chancellor sort of addressed it, but as I said, I have a series of questions. I'm happy to ask one or two and then come back to me if others. Chancellor, you had sort of alluded to a hiring freeze, and I'm curious. You know, I've been asking for a number of months since the pandemic began and the state budget crisis became real, that we get, that you as the Chancellor do what previous Chancellors have done and implement a hiring freeze and a spending freeze. Are those part of your plan? And because you did sort of refer to that when I asked you a question about the Vice Chancellor job.
Right, correct. Well, yes, the answer is yes. On June the 10th, when I visit with the District Budget Council, you know, there is a process that we use to consult, advise, and let folks know what we're thinking. And we're prepared to do that next week. But since you have brought up the issue, just in general terms, we're both looking at the revenue side, what we expect, and revenue losses, both from the state as well as our internal revenue losses. For example, we expect about a $6 to $8 million loss in college revenues for rentals and other kinds of ways that the college normally would generate revenue. So we put that on top of what we at this point are expecting to be a 10% loss in revenue from the state budget and from state revenues, and then look at our expense side of the house and indeed start to make some budget austerity measures that includes holding vacant positions open for a period of time or not hiring at all in those spaces. That doesn't matter, and each of the college presidents know which open vacant positions they have, and they're looking at the most essential ones for that. And they're trying, and we will determine whether or not we move forward with any of the hirings. So those are all ranks. We have a number of faculty hires that we're waiting for the fall that we will be making a decision on very, very soon here as to whether we move forward with those permanent commitments to our budget. I've asked all the college presidents to engage 10% cut in their operating costs from the general fund and to come up with a solution for that. We will suspend travel and suspend overtime moving forth. We've not set the date for the overtime yet. Again, matter to be discussed. And we're looking at whether or not deferred maintenance could be at least somewhat, not curtailed because we have to deliver maintenance, but indeed, I indeed looked at and revised for that as well. Now, those are the things, areas that we don't have to, those things, these are all budget austerity measures, and there are others that we can do where we don't need to negotiate with our collective bargaining or employment groups, if you will. We're doing everything we can to avoid that third rail by looking at our operations first, by coming up with resources that will add to a substantial amount of money. 10% of our operating budget on the general fund side is indeed significant. Another thing I'd mention is that the areas that we can use our ending balance reserve, we will, but we'll need to do that prudently, judiciously, because as you all have noted, this is a multi-year effort, multi-year pandemic, or the impact of such will be multi-year. So we'll want to pace out our investments in our ongoing obligations and distinguish between ongoing support, revenues coming in, and one-time revenues coming in, and ensuring that we don't place ongoing costs where unnecessarily we could avoid that. So
Thank you, Chancellor. Thanks. I have a couple of questions about maybe Ms. Gordon, if you aren't able to answer. Ms. Gordon, if we didn't have the 10% reserve going into this next year, what would the if we took out the 10% reserve that we've had, that some people criticize, that I fought for and you implemented and the majority of the board supported, what would our based on losing 10%, what would our balance be if the cuts are as we suspected? Where would we be with our budget?
Well, see, fortunately for us, we have a 10% reserve, but we also have more money sitting out there than the 10%.
Right.
And we're able to maintain that 10% as our fiscal responsible level of dollars. But we've also got, we have our STRS and PERS reserve. And since the state is going to pay for that increase this year, that gives us the $8.5 million that we pass out to pay that increase that will be used. And as the Chancellor mentioned, we did look at the other reserve we have that makes it 12% is that deferred maintenance reserve. That money would be used. If we went into our 10%, if we used any of that 10%, we would end up having to bring it back in the subsequent year, because
no, but what would we be at today if we didn't have that going into this? If we had not protected that 10%, I know we have more currently, but there was some people calling, and there still are people calling for us not to have a 10% reserve. How long, if the state cuts as the prediction 62 million next year? Where are we? And if we take out the 10%, where does that put us?
It puts us wherever the board and the Chancellor decides we want to be, because if you want to maintain that reserve, we can take that out of next year's budget and keep a reserve and implement other cuts. What it does is helps us from making serious cuts, especially in personnel.
Okay, and then if there's an August revision, Chancellor or Ms. Gordon, how are we gonna prepare for that? Because the information we received in the committee of the whole was that it looked like there's over 20%. Some people say 25% unemployment. There's a decline in tax revenue. The decline in tax revenue, some expert will be able to calculate. Maybe we know one that can calculate. Not only are we going to have less taxes, but there's going to be less spending because people who are unemployed aren't going to be able to afford to spend money, and so it's kind of a spiral effect. Chancellor, how will we deal with an August or an August or September cut?
Well, go ahead, Ms. Gordon. Go ahead.
That would depend on which budget comes through, because if we get the Senate's budget, we'd be able to work it because they're deferring most of the problem. But the budget that we have in place is very conservative. And if we implement our 10% cuts, we may not have to make too big of a change. I mean, we're trying to be in the position where if anything happens, we can give more money out, not take any money away from our colleges. That's what we're trying to do right now, to have them plan for the worst case scenario if possible.
Okay, and my last comment I made earlier in the meeting, I want to just put it on the record. I want to encourage our board to be bold, and while it won't right the racial injustices, and it won't resolve the horrible things that have happened, we have talked about investing in recruiting and in recruiting Black students, Black male students, and I think we need to be deliberative on our budget. And I want to propose that before we get a final budget, that we as a board ask the chancellor and our staff to set aside a minimum of $2 million to add to things like the LA College Promise for especially targeting Black students and students of color, to cover books, transportation, and other education assistance, and that we have a deliberative recruiting program, and that we scale training to make sure that we're focused on how to better serve this community. Because while we can't fix the problem just by spending money, it will go a long way, as you heard from, the Reverend Boyd, helping that community, investing in that community is going to help the
Trustee Spunk,
remedy.
I'm going to interrupt you here. We're just trying to approve a tentative budget. We are not.
I understand, but
No.
I have the floor. Excuse me. I have the floor, and it's a budget issue.
You're out of order. You're
I'm
making.
not out of order. I'm on the budget. You have to understand the rules of parliamentary procedure, Ms. Hoffman. I'm on the budget. I'm not out of order because I had the floor. I'm talking about investing $2 million in helping Black students, and you're interrupting me. What kind of example is that?
I'm not interrupting you. You've been going on for 10 minutes, and we all were trying to pass the tentative budget. You had one question. General Counsel, can you please weigh in?
Other trustees with their hand up too, Mr. Swan.
I know, I see
There
that.
weren't when I began, but I am done. But interrupting me does not help the debate. It does not help
I'm just trying to move it. You know what? I apologize for interrupting you. I'm trying to move it along because
Thank you. I'm done.
10 minutes have gone by. Trustee Veras.
Couple quick clarifications. One, this is a tentative budget one. We know it's going to evolve and change quite a bit.
Quite a bit.
We're also in the midst of contractual being renegotiated. How much of this tentative includes cost or considerations for all of those bargain units on the table right now?
This budget doesn't include anything different than what we've had in 1920. So there is actually, if you look at that scenario page, it doesn't even have an HRA included in that scenario. This is just for straight budget. Negotiations or anything like that were not even considered in the budget.
Okay. Secondly, I know next month we have a conversation that we'll have about debt policies and those kinds of scenarios. How are the debt policies of the carryovers from the colleges of the past dealt with in this tentative budget, and how does it look like going forward?
It's not in here because we have not included any of the ending balances in the tentative budgets. We never do. That comes into the final budget.
You made that clear, and I missed that. I didn't connect those two things at the beginning of the conversation, so thank you for that. And this is, I do generally want to say, reserves. We have sort of what our mandates are to be responsible in covering reserves, but I will say that in the midst of sort of budget crisis, and it's kind of like savings, right? You have savings in place, and you try not to use it on a regular basis. You want to be good budget stewards, but every once in a while you have a crisis and you have an emergency, and I think we're facing the crisis and emergency now, and over the next year for sure, and probably maybe even multiple years. But this is the kind of planning that needs to take place. So I know as we have our reserve policy in place, the time to dip into reserves comes to make sure the institution can carry forward with the business that is its core values. So I know as we're coming forward with this is obviously tentative. We know there's a lot of movement. We know there's a reserve here that's larger than what it will finally be at the end when all the dust settles a bit more. But in the end, if there's times to dip into savings to protect the institution, I think the time is certainly now, and I can certainly appreciate moving this budget forward tentatively to continue operations with the knowledge that we're going to have to come back and look at a number of variables that are going to change, some with revenue decreasing and some with potential cost increasing. But I think ultimately we have to look at a couple of years in advance too. So thank you for the presentation, Ms. Gordon.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Trustee Veras, and thank you, Ms. Gordon. I think another trustee has a question for you. Trustee Vella, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gordon, for that report. Again, I just want to reiterate that I would like to know, I know that this is a budget based on January, but I also would like to know, is this also taking into consideration when all 9 campuses are up and running and full of students? And so the reason I'm asking is because it seems to me that that's not happening right now. And so whether it's electricity, whether it's maintenance, whatever it may be, I see a potential drop in the operations side of each campus when there's nobody there. So I really want to see that. I'm going to be adamant about it because I'm concerned that we're not taking or will take that into consideration coming and you know, we want to be obviously safe, but I just, something seems to me that we really should look at that. And not looking at it is irresponsible.
Yeah.
Trustee, President Hoffman, can I, and I know we didn't finish the presentation at the FEMPOC meeting, but we had a slide there that actually, that was, so I'm not going to blame Trustee Vella for that, but we did have a slide there that talked about utility savings. So I know our facilities folks have been tracking that closely, and if that's something that they want to, he wants to see discussed, I'm pretty sure Dr. Smith has it available, and I'm sure we can probably pull the slide for you that talks about what kind of savings are incurred by the campuses being shut down.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
had a question. Yes, I had a couple. Most of the questions will have been asked and answered now, but I have a critical strategy that is important to this process. Having witnessed 50 some years of this district going through at various times these gyrations, what we need to factor in clearly is the amount of reserves should be utilized to neutralize the effects of the reduction in staff and reduction in students and general reduction all around. In other words, we'd want to, because we're going to be called upon to take action to reduce the staff and reduce what have you, what staff or faculty, whatever. If we don't have to do that, we might not have to do that if we're keeping a reserve that allows us to deal with the issue at some future time. Because when we put ourselves in a position where all of a sudden we're called upon to take an action because we treat the reserves as, something available to spend on occasion, then we will not have that cushion. And it's important that we have a cushion and a plan to reduce our operations when our revenue is going to be adversely affected by the number of students we serve. The bell is ringing now, and irrespective of the chancellor's perspective about the vice chancellor's position, I dare to say the decision whether or not we're going to keep a vice chancellor versus custodians at the campus is going to be a tough one. It shouldn't be tough in my opinion. But one of the problems is that we got to plan for that, to cushion the decline. Because when we're called upon to take action immediately is when we make the worst decisions. I'm happy to hear the chancellor comment about something about there was a hiring freeze. The only problem with that is that that disciplines or positions that have a high turnover rate may be the positions we need to keep, and they'll be the ones vacated. So this is a very complex situation we're in. It requires a little bit more attention that we're giving it. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Moreno. I know you have a lot of historical knowledge as well, so thank you. Okay, can I have do we have a motion and a second to approve the tentative budget? It was recommended by the Budget Committee that we approve this tonight. So it comes with the Budget Committee's unanimous recommendation. Did I hear a move? Okay, I have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Trustee Buelna,
Yes.
Trustee Fong,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Moreno,
Yes.
Trustee Svanken,
Yes.
Trustee Vela,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Great. That passes. We are now through with we have finished the consent calendar. We're now on item V, the business items, V1 through V7. Are there any items in this section that any board member needs additional information on?
Nope.
Motion and a second for V1.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Svanken. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. One of you guys seconded it. Was it Dr. Buelna? Did you second? Okay, great. Roll call, please, Lupe.
Trustee Buelna,
Yes.
Trustee Fong,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Moreno,
Yes.
Trustee Svanken,
Yes.
Trustee Vela,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. That passes. We now have facilities items W1 through W7.
Move approval.
Okay. A motion by Trustee Svanken. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Moreno. Roll call.
Trustee Buelna,
Yes.
Trustee Fong,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Moreno,
Yes.
Trustee Svanken,
Yes.
Trustee Vela,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Madam Chairman, President, I didn't hear. Did Trustee Moreno have an opportunity to vote?
Yes, I did.
Okay, sorry, I just didn't hear any.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, we are now on item X, notice reports and informatives. So board members, please refer to your board agenda, and I think it's up here now that there are 2 notices and 1 informative. There's no action to be taken, no action required. We are now on Y, announcements and indications of proposed actions by members of the Board of Trustees. Board members, are there any announcements at this time? I want to thank everyone for a very long but thoughtful board meeting today. We had a lot of public comments in the beginning, and I really appreciate everybody's patience and cooperation. We are now on public comment. Do I have any?
Ms. Hoffman, I had one announcement. There's a series of events that you're participating in. And I just thought if you, or I don't know if Mr. Vice Chancellor Corner's on the phone, if somebody just let folks know if we still have folks watching and listening about the series of events this week.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I just found out about one of the events, but I am moderating along with the Black Faculty and Staff Association, a town hall or roundtable, if you will, along with the Chancellor on Friday at noon for students, for Black students, and then Friday from 2 to 4 for Black staff, faculty, and managers to talk about what's happened and how they feel, and I'm just kind of doing a roundtable listening session. Anybody is welcome. If board members want to pop in and out, we have to obviously, because this is a college event, we have to be careful about Brown Act regulations, but anybody is welcome to join. And I think there was a flyer sent out, and if Doctors Cole and Randall are still here, maybe they can say a little bit more about it. And then I just found out today that there's another event happening on Thursday evening with some elected officials, and I'm not sure who organized that, if that was Dr. Corner. Thank you so much. That was great that you were able to organize that. And I don't know if
Trustee Hoffman, it was the BFSA and others. If you look at the flyer, there are a number of groups participating. On Thursday at 5 p.m., the board members, all the board members are invited. Former trustee and Assemblywoman Sydney Kamalager Dove, LA County Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas, and former president of the LA City Council, Councilman Herb Wesson, are going to be listening to the concerns of students, faculty, and staff related to the recent death of and the other. It's called Healing, Helping, and Justice. When our justice system fails those it was meant to serve. 5 p.m. on Thursday, and everybody's invited.
Thank you. Is there going to be information about how students can and staff can access?
Vice Chancellor Corner has worked with BFSA and others to put out a flyer, and so the information's out and available through our district office, I believe.
Great. How wonderful that our electeds are participating. Okay. With that, do any other board members have any other announcements? All right. Lupe, do we have any public speakers to talk about non-agenda items?
I only have one to read into the record.
Okay.
And it's very short. It's from Annette Ivy. Even if I don't speak, I would like them to understand that without these funds, it would affect how I and my child get Medicare.
I'm sorry.
Not everyone makes much working for the colleges, and for many of us, this benefit is very important. She's speaking on the HRA item card.
Okay.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, with that, we are going to recess or adjourn into closed session. Thank you so much, everybody, for sticking with us. We started off with almost 500 participants, and we are down to 161. Probably still more people than ever would come in person. So this is great. And for those of you watching on YouTube, I hope you were able to see us and hear us. And thank you so much, everyone. And we will now adjourn into closed session. I'm going to propose we take a, do you need a 5-minute break? 10-minute break?
Where's the number?